Hey, everybody. See who's going to get in here first. Type first. OPD in Utah, how are you? Thanks for popping in. Let's do a little live stream action. We're here at the Denver Police Department substation, District 3. Otter, how is it going? So we're going to go in here for the meeting, the monthly CAB meeting, the Commander Advisory Board, Community Advisory Group, Commander Advisory Group, whatever they call themselves in their public meeting stuff at the Denver Police Department. Let's see, this guy, they've apparently been having some very important meetings, with cops, important cops, because cops are important people. La Rata, what's happening? Grab it harder. Listen, we're not going to be getting into any of this like free speech shit here tonight, okay? You are not entitled to like criticize the police, because if you say things like pig roast and I wonder where this cop lives, and you want to invite people in a parody of let's see what pigs do when they get together to have a pig roast with each other, that kind of stuff, and drawing stuff like redress and protest, we don't do that here. Because we are about to go to a public meeting, and there's rules, and they include no talking, and do not question authority, do not challenge authority, do not call authority expletives, and do not make reference to their genitalia being too small. I mean, if it's just the right size, then that's probably okay. Let's see. What are the other rules for tonight? Oh, yeah. You will respect their authority, especially Commander Joel Bell in his official capacity as a Denver police officer. He's very, very good at his job. And it's totally justifiable that he wants me in prison. I mean, with a mouth like this, that is for sure where I belong. Now, imagine, if you will, today here in District 3, his boss, Sergeant Brian O'Neill, going out into the community and targeting another homeless woman again, the same homeless woman, Stephanie, and took her RV again. And then Regan can't get any more information from the Denver Police Department. Apparently, on top of ensuring that they can kill with impunity and be the secret society police, records are a thing of the past unless you apparently have thousands of dollars now. I did a records request for some body cam footage in the same type of way I've done before. And within 15 minutes, my request was canceled today. And I was told as a courtesy, they would be refunding the full $20 that I paid. for the body cam footage, and that if I want multiple officers' body cam footage, I have to pay for each officer. Now, interesting. And as a courtesy, they'll give me a full refund. It's their policy in the past that if they don't have something to return, they take some of your money, but not all of it. Yeah, so we're in some interesting times here in Denver. It's called totalitarianism form of government, and it's getting a little frightening. Not gonna lie. Yeah. Also, the relationship with the Department of Safety here has also turned into total secrecy since this Al Gardner fella took over. And have I cussed? I'm trying not to cuss. I don't think I have. Um, so this fella has no experience at all in government, really. He's an IT guy, but he's friendly with other folks in the, government, the totalitarian government. And so I had been rallying for a very long time for Armando Saldalte to GTFO out of Denver, and he did, and he went over to CBI, and I just thought it just can't get worse. Well, yes, it can. I was wrong, Armando. I am so sorry that you went over to CBI so you didn't have to do much over there for a hefty paycheck as well. Yeah, I don't really know what the F is going on, but I write city council often, not often, I would say, periodically. Periodically is a better word. And not one time have they ever responded in Denver about complaints being ignored. Remember, I couldn't even go through the process to be on the use of force review board for the Denver Police Department. Remember, I filed a civil rights lawsuit on that. It was retaliation based on previous lawsuits and First Amendment. And the judge upheld that the Denver Police Department did not have to give me the ability to even apply to the use of force board, that they could immediately silence my speech in due process to be allowed to apply for the board. It turns out that judge, oh, what's his name? I forgot. Well, he was a Bush appointee. And for some reason, I feel like he's part of the secret police or supporting the secret police activity. And yeah, so anyway, during that hearing, when, this upstanding Commander Joel Bell, who was part of that lawsuit, when he got up on the stand and lied, I mean, I get it. And Ron Thomas getting on the stand and lying. Look, it's what you do. You do the best you can. And, it just works out that way from time to time, most of the time, all of the time. And yeah, so there's just this perpetual motion of we're going to double down and ensure that we don't talk about anything. We don't allow records requests. We shut stuff down, and we sever relationships with the records custodian of the Department of Safety. So we can't work with her via email anymore. She just like up and disappeared for this length of time on a family emergency, and like never came back to respond to any of the outstanding requests. I got stuck with this guy, Doug Shepman, who apparently is an attorney, and he writes in-depth responses for denial, citing law. Yeah, things are they're interesting. I don't know. I wrote city council again And then I got a judge that's trying to send me to jail in collaboration with the guy that is really mostly on board with wanting me to go to prison. I mean, it's probably not likely I'll go to prison. I'll probably just go to jail. Remember, because we got Judge Shamalama Ding Dong Dean, who immediately had me remanded on my sentencing hearing after Joel Bell's boss, Commander Joel Bell's boss here, Sergeant Brian O'Neill, got on the stand and was impeached for lying. And then the judge shifted how the rest of the trial was to go and didn't allow my attorney to do anything, including impeach the other cop that was lying, the detective that was helping Commander Joel Bell and his boss, Sergeant Brian O'Neill. I mean, the excrement is very deep. It's very, very deep. The social class warfare is very alive and well. We have crimes that apply to the police when they commit crimes. However, they don't use them, you know, especially the district attorney here in Denver, John Walsh. Yeah. So at any rate, I mean, we could talk all night and I could do some more storytelling, but and maybe we'll do that inside. Let's head in and see what kind of refreshments are being served at this public meeting this evening. Pardon me. Pardon the attire. I know it's informal, casual sportswear. I have I've been at the club all day. I had a golf and tennis tournament today, and the ladies and I we were enjoying some afternoon appetizers with a pool boy by the name of Frederico. And we were sipping our cocktails. Potentially. We were potentially sipping cocktails. And I lost track of time. I didn't have I didn't have time to powder. I hope you'll accept my apologies. I'll apologize to the group when we go inside. I probably have some odor of oh, what do we call that? What do us girls call the glistening? Um, I forgot. I have an odor of glistening. Brimmer, yes, Lucky 225. Thank you. That was Chief Judge Brimmer. Yeah, yeah, he's a really good. He's a good judge. I liked him. Mhm. Excuse me. Oh, it turns out that Commander Bell, he's canceled the rest of the cab meetings for the summer. June and July. I mean, July and August. They'll reconvene after Labor Day. Well, hopefully, all my golf tournaments will be over by then. I mean, tennis. I mean, polo or lacrosse or whatever the fuck you do at the cost. Whatever the F you do at the club. Oh, I'm really in the mood for some refreshments. How about you? New York City. You make picante in New York City? I hope I don't get hit by a car. Now listen, if I gotta do some jail time, like the 60-day jail sentence, I'm just planning on losing the appeal. I mean, I hope I don't, but um I'm just banking on it anyway. I mean, I've been right about everything so far as this case goes. I mean, I don't know how it is. I don't know how it is that another county court judge here in Denver told Commander Joel Bell's boss, Sergeant Brian O'Neill, when he went to get a permanent protection order on me. Um, she told him, no, this is not going to fly because uh, essentially, I mean, she let him know that he was a liar without calling him a liar and actually remanding him into custody for contempt of court, all over the same thing. Doing a live stream out here, and the judge, that county court judge who oversees protection order court, said that it was an issue of free speech and absolutely no imminent threat. And then Judge Shamjob got his testicles in a knot because he got his feelings hurt, and that's where all his feelings go, straight to the genitals, and just kind of choking him out and stuff. So, do I have the right pair of glasses? The meeting starts at 6. We always want a good seating, so we come early. Oh, yeah. It's kind of chilly in here.
Yeah, well, one of them is my there. She represented. And there were a lot of people that were talking about success, so they put it on the ballot and they voted against it. And she said, I represent those people, so we have to look at that because they asked us. to."
So what was the price?
Right,
Okay.
well, she might have been, but that's not.
I want to tell you this story about
Her district, but then you got this Marks.
what's going on in my life right now,
See that.
besides the club.
Yeah, with INS and rescue millions of children from. But he couldn't
I
answer
gotta get
us.
my glasses.
And then it's another guy who's already in the state senate. And he was claiming that there are a lot of people in the state senate
Whew.
that are backing up people who are child molesters. And
But he won't say, he won't say anything about it. Only wants to be.
Well, in the debate, he actually said he got some of the numbers wrong. So the Democratic state is crap.
Okay. It's one might be for the town there, because he's concerned, so they just have to say. Well, my friend is a guy who got teleported
So
to a wall.
you're gonna be really shocked.
Teleportation is.
I am the mother to 6 baby raccoons. You guys, it's the funniest story. So aside to, you know, having a front porch in District 3 here,
Yeah.
I have
Paris and
a neighbor who refuses to seal up some areas in their home in the upper portion of a very old Victorian home.
Actually.
And the raccoons come back year after year
And I
to reproduce.
Two guys are religious, but her name is Kirk Meyer, and Kirk is in.
It's not supposed to be our circus, but it has become our circus because the property owner refuses to properly address the issue. And the raccoons use our roof to get to that roof to move around day and night. So we knew Mom was out and about. And then Mom just quit moving around about, a week or so ago. Mom was very active on trash day. You know, I like the little trash pandas. You've seen some of them on my video. You've seen my shirt that says become ungovernable with a rabid looking raccoon on it. So, why do you let the children play at the neighbors? Get themselves knocked up. Yeah, kind of been wondering that myself. Nobody wants to listen to me.
How could you read this on this tab?
And so we didn't really think much of it. And we knew that raccoon was a bomb, but we didn't know anything else about it. Well, yesterday, 3 little trash pandas were waiting for us out on the front porch. 3. And they're yay big. I'm guessing, based on the research I've done, probably a few months old. And well, they're prepping for the ringmaster to make his grand entrance. So these little things, they hung out and long story short, they don't know how to eat, they don't know how to drink. So I'm trying to figure out what to do for them and have somewhere to keep them before like some fox and coyote show up. And so moved them in there last night. Go back outside later in the night and you hear some rustling going on. And there's three more. And one of them is clearly the ringleader in barking and hissing. I got some pictures.
Yeah, I wasn't.
You know, not to use your drugs, but, oh, you know, we don't do stuff. Yes. Recreational. You ever thought about?
I'm assuming mom has been taken either to the dump in a trash can,
Yeah.
as her MO was to get in the trash cans and let the lid shut, or she's been killed because it's way too soon for. There's my shirt. You all remember that, right? Well, somebody reminded me that the babies are crying for their mother. Here are the other three we located as they're trying to climb through up and over. There's two of them. That's the front porch.
Got the, technology. Okay.
I mean, they're cute, huh? I think the best pets pick you, not you picking them. What do you mean by that, Fab Daddy? How are you, by the way? Junior, if all cops are mean, then you should rely on your own defense when y'all need help. All right, cool. We're fine with that. What else you got to offer, Junior? I don't know what the agenda is tonight, DJ. I'm sure. Are you gonna go to I don't care. Where is the boss? Where's the ringmaster? They eat ticks. Well, I was kind of thinking, hey, Commander, how are you? You don't have pets? You're done? I thought I was too, and then Slabby showed up. Oh, well, I was thinking, what if I raised them? What if I got a 6 leash rope thing, right? And I took them with me, say, to things like, you know, cop watching events, community meetings where service animals are allowed. Uh, I mean, this little guy right here, I think he's shaping up to be a real good. I want you to see this little guy. Oh, yeah, here we go. Here's another one. This one's the pistol of the group. Yeah, see? Yeah, I mean, and he was letting us have it last night. And so we weren't able to get them into a safe spot. But that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Listen, I mean, seriously, you hear that? You hear that? I need 6 of them. What do you think? Some of them do not. This one almost has a full set. And this one is definitely the biggest one. I'm guessing it's a male. Oh, yeah, no, I was just kidding, Gloria. I'm not. I mean, I would have to give them their vaccinations. And that is, of course, against the law. And I follow the law. I unlike sovereign citizens, I I follow the law because the law applies to me too. No matter how unjust or how unconstitutional or how dishonest the prosecution of said law is, so raccoons are pretty smart if you can keep them from breaking and entering into your home. And they don't leave partially eat food around. They're kind of cool to have nearby to watch. Well, anonymous, they'd have to serve a purpose. They want to be the next pet. They, as in them. In case you're wondering, we are at the District 3 Commander Advisory Board meeting, and the commander has yet to make his grand entrance. His peasants, per se, are prepping as we speak. And I do apologize for the kind of casual sports attire. I'm kind of a swanky type of gal. I spend a lot of time at the club. Unless you want me to wait and then. No, no more chickens. No more chickens. That batch of chickens, my second batch, while they were exceptionally healthy upon arrival, they clearly were very inbred and not good producers and started to become freeloaders. And I don't run a free rent program with the price of feed and whatnot. So they had to hit the road. So no more chickens from law. I'm well. How are you? Good.
Looking marvelous this evening, Doc.
What's that?
You're looking marvelous.
Well, thank you. I've been at the club all day and I didn't have time to freshen up. But
Thank you, Doc.
I'm just kidding.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Where's our Grand Master?
I don't know, the Grand Master.
He usually has water for us also. Excuse me, I have a housekeeping question. Will there be any water served this evening? Commander Joel Bell usually has water for us.
No cookies.
And no cookies. I'm sorry? Well, that's not a very good answer. Oh, here he is. Thank goodness.
Oh my goodness. He looks all commander like.
Thank goodness. The other way. I guess the place to start meetings is in the back of the room. I guess the place to start meetings is in the back of the room. Oh.
That's unique about Kevin. I think that's why somebody forgets seniors.
Could be, right?
They want to be fresh.
And then there's you and me wanting front row all the time. I think the action's in the back.
I will. I sit here because the action sickle. Joke's on me. Well, I can do it.
All right, if we can get started, I'm gonna start just a couple minutes early here. We have two guest speakers tonight because we had to cancel last month's
CAB meeting because the forecast of the great snowstorm that never came. But we made the decision 24 hours prior to cancel, was for the safety of the community. So our first guest speaker is going to be Lieutenant Dave Abeda, who oversees the Street Racing Task Force. That subject comes up in almost every one of my community meetings. We all hear them on these major thoroughfares. Dave can explain what we're doing to address it.
Thank you, Commander. As you said, I'm Lieutenant Abeda. My normal job is up in District 1 as a sector lieutenant, but I also oversee our city street racing team. And if I'm talking too low, please just raise your hand. I usually have 2 volumes and it's either too loud or too quiet. You can hear me in the back. Thank you. So I just want to tell you a little bit about what our efforts are with the street racing team. I will preface it with just because the stats I give you are what the 7 officers that I oversee do. With this project, it's not what the rest of the department does and our traffic unit and all that stuff. So they do over 25,000 stops in a quarter. Just so you're not confused with those numbers. So my contact info is here. If at the end, you can't really put the email address, but it's dpdsrt@denvergov.org. I'll show this to you again at the end. If you have any street racing related complaints, please send them to that email address. And I can always distribute them, either take care of them myself with the team or distribute them to the right district. So a little bit about the team as we started prior to 2020. I don't know the exact date, but right after COVID hit, everything shut down, the team kind of disbanded. We just didn't have the need. And then when everything reopened, the need came back tenfold. So the team was put back together. We're comprised of on-duty resources. So basically what that means is I take an officer from every district that's on duty and on the swing shift, and a sergeant, and we conduct these operations. It's command officer, it's myself, 1 supervisor that currently is in District 5, but it doesn't have to be a specific district. And then 1 officer from each district. So we have a little bit of knowledge base on different areas and different districts, as I've only worked the north side. So I have those officers that work down here in District 4. So 8 of us, and then we conduct weekly operations. So why do we have a street racing team? Well, the biggest reason is right after, and this existed before COVID, but right after COVID, it became a national trend where there were a lot of takeovers, what we call street takeovers or parking lot takeovers. And it would start with them doing burnouts in a particular area, be doing a couple of races, and then those would devolve into bigger things like shootings, and obviously the crashes and things like that that are inherently dangerous with these activities. So we proactively put together that team to prevent that from happening here. And when I took over the team, one of the things the chief had me do was contact a couple other departments around the country and kind of see what they were doing. And one thing I learned from that was that we were very proactive in dealing with a lot of the problems they had, particularly with our legislation. And then our public nuisance abatement statutes, which a lot of places don't have. They were stuck trying to lobby for those laws to get passed. We've already had them. So we've been kind of ahead of it for a while. Our priorities are these organized street racing groups. I'll show you a photo later. It's not the clearest because it was a video converted to a still. But they can get anywhere from 10, 15 cars to I've seen what we estimated to be about 3,000. Street racing enforcement obviously is our other priorities. We want to prevent those big groups from turning into like shootings, those types of things. But then street racing enforcement in and of itself, primarily the exhibition of speed and participating in a street race. I'll explain why in a second. Illegal street or parking lot takeovers, and then reckless or careless driving enforcement that happens in front of us. On our operations, those are our main focuses. We will gather open source intelligence. We're talking about like social media, like Instagram, Facebook. These groups will usually post where they're gonna meet on there. If they don't post where they're gonna meet, they'll generally post when, and then they'll drop the location shortly before they actually meet up. So some of this is, you just have to stay on top of it because they know we're monitoring it. And then we schedule our weekly operations based on that intelligence. So usually it's gonna be a Saturday or Sunday, but we've done Fridays before, almost all weekend. Just because that's when most of these activities are starting. And then we enforce any laws as appropriate while we're out there, and then share information with the Street Racing Working Group, which is kind of chaired by the State Patrol. There's about, I want to say 15 or so departments in the metro area that are part of that group. We share that information, and then we'll do joint operations. Like just this last Sunday, we did one with about 13 jurisdictions in the surrounding area. So this is that photo. It's blurry because it was a video, but this is Castle Rock. I don't know what the street is called, but it turns into Santa Fe. And these are almost all street racing. And this is from the fixed wing plane that State Patrol has. But we estimated there was about 3,000 cars that they had drove all the way up to the locations in Denver. And they'll hit multiple locations. So like this one started in Castle Rock. It drove up to, I think this is one that went to Yale in Colorado and then moved to Fort Collins and I think Bennett after that. And that's from one of their Facebook pages. So they're not secretive, and we get generally a lot of motorcycles and off-road vehicles. Throw this on there. These are hard to enforce. We will do what we can. Parker Police actually put out a pretty good video from one of their dash cams on how hard it is to catch some of those folks and how dangerous that can be for them, for surrounding bystanders, and for us. Obviously, they elude often. They don't usually have license plates. They're very fast, very mobile. So those can be difficult, but we do try to mitigate that from those groups meet up occurring and enforce that where we can.
How?
It usually involves them stopping and, to refuel or something like that. And so following from a safe distance, waiting until they stop and then enforcing. Or sometimes they'll stop, sometimes they don't, just it depends. So this is outdated a little bit from April 29th. So we've had, I think, two operations from then. So as you can see, last year compared to this year, we are beating last year in a few areas. So impounded vehicles, we've impounded 19. And most of those we've had public nuisance abatement cases added onto those. Made 34 arrests as of June 1st, 219 citations, one recovered firearm, and then 308 total contacts. So that's just with the 8 guys, like I said, that are part-time doing this once a week, essentially. I think we missed 1 week this year due to weather and things like that. So, just some of the vehicles that were seized with that PNAU statute, and then there's my contact information there. Again, if you have any street racing related complaints, especially if it's a chronic issue or they're meeting up in a particular location, they change it up all the time. I mentioned Colorado and Yale meet up on Hamden, some of the district spots, Hamden, Monaco, and pretty much all across Hamden. But they change it up, so sometimes we're a little bit behind on that intel. Anything you can give us is very helpful. Are there any questions for me? Yes.
You mentioned street, except we didn't cover mine on Waitsdale, and I hear them definitely on the weekends.
Yeah, Leetsdale, we expect
But
it near.
Monaco.
Yeah, no, there's
To the north.
District 3 by far has the most what we call hotspots, and that's in on our radar. Yes, in the back.
Hi. There's an enormous task for you down here. I feel that. I am curious whether there are things that could be done in support of this program instead of just on the weekends. It seems anecdotally, I live on Spear. anecdotally, the groups that I see go by often don't have license plates and, or have covered license plates and or have modified their exhaust systems. And those are things that they're doing kind of not just for the event. Some of them take the license plates off the event, but a lot of them are covering their license plates. They don't have them kind of all the time. And I'm wondering if instead of it just being like a in the moment thing, whether if we target, those type of vehicles, which are not, some of them are very expensive vehicles, if the enforcement around sort of the softer issues could help abate this problem somewhat instead of just relying on trusted people in the activities.
Yeah, and then to answer your questions, we do enforce, so the no license plate on a vehicle does not fall in our low level stops category. That's something we can enforce. So we do when we see it. But usually people that don't put plates on their cars, either intend to flee or, they don't care about a lot of other traffic laws. So it's difficult, but it
What's
is.
deputizing like, I don't know, tow truck drivers, because you see them all the time. Right, I see people without license plates all the time, so it's not like, I appreciate that they probably intend to flee, but they do park their cars on the street.
We will use both technology and other surveillance methods to try to wait till they stop. And it's the same things that we're talking about with the dirt bikes and motorcycles. We'll still do that type of enforcement. where we can, but
And I can add to that. We did a big operation supporting the Denver Sheriff's. Lieutenant Wheaton was part of that. And they enforced these vehicles that had no plates. Just recently, Lieutenant Wheaton down off of Hampton in Havana area. And
They towed over 60 vehicles. Aligned to Dakota. We've done actually about 4 operations in the last 2 years on that. Again, it's 2 Denver sheriffs. They get together, we identify areas, a lot of times with public community. We've done it at 1200 in South Medina, around that park. We've done it a lot down by the Hampton and Havana area, but as
So you're not covering it all for Leeds Jail Monica?
we are covering, that was part of my sector. And it does get a lot of attention for a lot of reasons. Traffic's only one problem there. There's lots of other, so it gets all kinds of attention, but that sector is twice the size of District 1, the entirety of the district. So, we do the work, but we absolutely acknowledge there's a lot more work we can do. An operation where you're told 60 vehicles starts at about 4:00 in the morning. You have to rally tow trucks, which are not as plentiful as you would believe. And we have to do it strategically. People come after the sheriffs with weapons. They get assaulted. We have to provide a team to provide security. They're very good at it. They have good strategy, but it's not as easy as it sounds. We will continue on it, right? I mean, I hear your frustration. We can try to do it every day around the life sector.
And that-
Stay after it.
that's one of many reasons why we ask you to report it, because it gives us a better understanding of when and where it's occurring. I'm gonna let Dave fill in here, but we do look at open source social media to see where they're meeting up. So we have an understanding of that.
I tried to report it and I can't get through on the number.
Are you talking about?
Uh-huh,
Okay.
and at night, they don't, there's,
If you send me an email, I'll follow up.
if I call the police, they're not, by the time I see something. There's no way, I've tried, and I think a lot of people do, but you sit on hold. I'll be right behind the car that's speeding, expired plate. I call, I describe the car. And
Yeah,
I get.
part of the
busy.
part of the reporting is not so an officer can get there right away. That's not realistic. But we are creatures of habit. So these street racers will go to the same area at the same time, many times, not all the time. So reporting it, so now we have some data, understanding where they're going and at what time. Reporting streetracing.com is another way to do it, so you're not waiting for a operator to answer the call.
What about the cars that are speeding during the day? And I just had one coming over. And I mean, speeding, you're unlicensed. They almost hit someone. And I'm sure they're probably not racing too.
Yeah, and that's part of our overall traffic conversation. Not necessarily, what we're talking about here is street racing, but, our officers do enforce, traffic. We have a traffic bureau.
I know we're doing on time.
A
couple more.
Continue.
Couple more, I think you've had your hand up for a while.
My name is Brian Malik, and I'm doing a study on exhaust, I guess, of the sound in Denver. I made a website called fixdenvernoise.org. It's to report hotspots. It's related to this, so I just wanted to let everybody know that I'm working on it behind the scenes, like trying to get something done. Because the problem is way more pervasive than just street racing. It's all day, every day, and we all know it. So I do appreciate that the street racing enforcement is happening, but there's no enforcement against illegal exhausts around the city.
And not to correct it, but we do write those if we can get it on our body camera, and it's obviously.
I just don't think that it's even your guys' fault, because the rules that are instated say that if it's beyond stock, that's what's illegal, and it would be impossible for anyone to ever look at a car and say, this is beyond what stock is.
It's definitely difficult to enforce because our officers don't carry decibel meters. But as the lieutenant said, it can be captured on body worn camera. Our traffic officers are the most versed in this area.
Right. But yeah, basically across the country since 2021, New York City is doing citations on it. California passed a rule about it. Seattle's working on it. Santa Fe just signed a 5-year contract about enforcing vehicle sound. So I think that in the future, there might be a pathway to enforcing against the noise specifically.
Yes, sir.
Anyhow,
Just to avoid being innocent bystander, are there times of the week that should kind of avoid?
It's usually worse late at night, like usually Saturday or Sunday, like midnight to 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. When there's not a lot of traffic out, but like a lot of you have said, it's an all day constant thing. But generally speaking, that's when it's most dangerous because they're able to go as fast as they please, really.
Lieutenant, for the sake at least of me, if not for the other 6 of us, what is street racing that you're working on?
So we focus on those PNAU charges, which are exhibition of power and speed, and basically conducting a speed contest. So that's our number one focus. If we
But
can
it's
get
two, it
that-
could be a single car, or it could be 2 or more cars
Yeah,
competing.
yes. You could be doing time trials, they could be competing with each other. Those we can arrest on and we can seize the vehicle and pursue a public nuisance abatement case.
Okay, thank you.
Those are the specific charges that are in that statute.
So I'm sure we all know the Sunday night is bike night on South Broadway. Do you have a plan for this Sunday night? Because
We're gonna move to, right now we're doing almost every other Saturday, every other Sunday on our ops. But
it seems to me that
Sundays are,
nothing's getting done because I live close to Broadway and I see the groups of 50, 60, 70, 80 motorcycles all doing ATVs, motorcycles, whatever, doing wheelies up and down South Broadway.
Yep.
And I don't see one single Denver police vehicle anywhere. Yet everybody in this neighborhood and everybody on South Broadway knows that it's gonna happen on Sunday night.
Well, Doug, I'll correct you. That's not accurate. We put the officers there as much as possible. We're having struggles on Broadway. Just last week or the week before, one of our officers had one of these motorcycles you're describing come up to him and do a wheelie right in front of him with a female passenger on the side. He was able to make contact blocks away, and actually he had a bulldog him, if you can imagine that, off the motorcycle. It happened to be the female's first night on a blind date with him in.
It is last.
And
After that hinge.
and a gun fell out and the officer was actually fighting for his life and the citizen came up and helped him take it into custody. So we are,
That motorcycle ran and that officer found him sometime later, stopped at a light and was able to engage him. But he did not yield to the officer, and he didn't stop. And therein lies the issue. They don't stop. We're not permitted to chase. Right.
and
They know that.
Why can't we chase them?
well, because we have decided as
People
a
die.
community that we do not want to chase these motorcycles. It's not worth the danger to other people of chasing someone at a high speed for a misdemeanor crime.
So it's okay to put all the citizens at risk just because some guy doesn't want to obey the rules.
But we could sit here and argue all the time, but I don't think you want a police officer at a high speed chase on a misdemeanor crime.
Yes, I do.
I don't.
I
People
wanna
die.
see him- I want to see him throw spike strips out. I want to see what I saw the other day on TV where the cop actually hit the bike and knocked him
On
down.
Broadway,
No, it was on someplace in Volusia County.
there's lots more they can do, but chasing is wrong.
No, it's not.
One other thing we're doing as far as education piece, I know this is a different subject, but we are working with DPS to try to get a curriculum out there as far as what the dangers are of street racing. Both to the people and the legal potential issues.
Well, I think it's okay to pursue them. I think that they should be pursued and I think that they should be held accountable for their actions. And if you guys started doing that, in my opinion, maybe some of them would stop doing it so much because I know a lot of businesses on South Broadway, as you know, and every one of them says every Sunday night, it's bike night. And it goes along with every Sunday and Saturday night and Friday night at Ruby Hill. It's do donuts in the parking lot night and play some stereo that is better than the sound system they have over at Levitt Field or Levitt Pavilion. And I sit there and listen to that all night long and never see a cop car. On the other hand, I did see somebody drive into the river and saw 10, 15 cop cars on that call.
Appreciate your comments. We have one more question and we'll go on to Carrie, Detective Johnson.
Yes, yeah, I live on First Avenue near Pontiac in Quebec, and we get home like around 10:30 at night. I'm glad you're doing some education, but I guess I'm wondering, because I was gonna see, has anybody identified the root cause of this? What causes people to do this? And is there any education going on? I don't know who you're trying to educate. The other thing is, do you work with these groups that are organizing this? Is anybody making data on who are these people? I mean, what motivates them? Are they young? Are they old? Are they,
Entitled.
It's a mix of everybody, so I can't just say it's one type of people. Like there's a copies for cars group that don't, generally speaking, don't do any racing. They just meet, they like to have their cars, and there's the groups that meet up and they do, pretty much everything street racing related and other. As far as the community stuff, we're trying to come out to these community groups, so I've hit almost every district, as far as the educational piece. Like I said, we're working with DPS to try to get that part out there for the younger kids that are coming up, in school. Did you have another question there?
well, are you also working with the groups that are organizing these?
We try to, but they're usually not cooperating with us. They've actually told their own members, some of them, to take their license, so they know if they're gonna be doing burnouts and things like that. Not all of them are as cooperative. And then we work with our PIO's office to get some of the public education pieces out. Things like that. I think, folks, there's another person waiting, so if you have any other questions, like I said, you could send me that email or give me a call and we'll return it when I can. All righty?
Thank you, Lieutenant. Appreciate it.
Yes.
While we're getting Detective Johnson's PowerPoint up here, a little bit about Detective Johnson. I had the privilege of working with her when I was assigned to the homicide unit, cold case robbery unit. A very tenacious detective. I would always want her on my case if I ever had a case. And Lieutenant Wheaton also had the privilege of working with Detective Johnson years ago. So she comes highly recommended. So I'll give you the floor.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I feel bad for my supervisors sometimes because I tend to push. Little bit about me, Carrie Johnson. Carrie's fine. I've been with the DPD now for almost 29 years. I'm rounding out my career probably over the next 3, maybe 4. I have been out of patrol. I was assigned to District 2 where I served for 7 years. Then I went back to the academy where I taught as instructor for 3 years. Then I went to the information management unit, which is where we made everybody in the department a little crazy by transitioning people from paper reporting to electronic reporting. That includes even sharing information to like the district attorneys, the city attorneys, the courts. And you can imagine if you're used to paper, trying to do a report on a computer became quite a headache, but it was a great assignment. From there, I was promoted to detective and I went to the night shift investigations unit. That's really like a citywide triage unit, I would say. We would respond on any event that was a major crime event that required a detective. Kind of the best job in the city. We would go get things started. We would then hand it off to the day shift unit and kind of start again the next day. Also, I tend to talk really fast. So if anybody needs me to slow down, please feel free to say so. From there, I was moved in 2016. I moved into the cold case investigations unit. Lieutenant Wheaton was my very first cold case sergeant. I also, at that time and up until just a few years ago, we also cycled in with the homicide unit. So not only would I work cold cases, but I would work brand new homicides as well. So really hard to do a single case presentation in a short period of time. So I thought what I would give you guys today, we're a unit in the DPD that probably just doesn't get a lot of airplay. You know, homicides are always in the news, sex assaults are in the news, street issues are in the news, traffic issues are in the news. So I don't know how many of you guys are aware that we have a cold case unit within the department. Super honored to be able to be up here and talk to you about just kind of who we are, what we do, and then give you some of our most recent successes. How many of you guys watch the news and are constantly seeing this state, this city solved this case, this state? I mean, it's just like a flood coming up recently, right? So we're going to talk a little bit about kind of what's spurring that on and how we've been successful with some of those processes here in Denver. I'm going to start with this video, which
The
never
crime lab can now do things with evidence they certainly couldn't do 40 years
Let me try to get that. I'm gonna
ago, and maybe not even 15 years,
I need it.
there's more 10 years ago. In
See if I can-
general, cold cases are defined
That's Lieutenant Wheaton speaking, by the way.
as a case that's unsolved for a year or longer.
Scroll along the bottom, the red, the wrong.
Yeah, we're trying to grab it and drag it back. It's not, I think it's.
I'm not a typical person in any way, shape, or form. I promise this is the only hiccup we'll have.
The crime lab can now do things with evidence they certainly could do 40 years ago.
I'm real curious.
Not the full thing, just another view.
Ago, and maybe not even 15 years ago or 10 years ago. In general, cold cases are defined as a case that's unsolved for a year or longer. The cool thing about cold cases,
Don't really miss my
a set of eyes can see something that has been there all along or see something in a different light and gives us another angle to potentially investigate that case. We know that in a large majority of these cases, people know stuff. They know things they have not told us. They know things that can potentially bring these cases to resolution. That's the key. If people will give us that information, then we can resolve some of these cases. There are victims in our community who suffered these losses that can never be fixed. These are people's lives. And to me, it doesn't matter if they were murdered in 1970 or murdered in 2010. They've been taken by an act of violence, by a criminal act, and somebody should be held accountable. At the very least, the family has a right to know what happened to their loved one. And just because 40 years has passed doesn't mean that that person wasn't a mother or wasn't a father or wasn't a brother or sister. And when you take somebody out of somebody's life by an act of violence, that resonates and it never goes away. And I think it still matters. You know, it doesn't stop mattering just because 30 years has passed. The families and survivors that are left when somebody dies due to a violent act or a crime, I can only imagine how difficult it is when those cases remain unsolved. And so I think it's important
you.
for our community and for the families that are left behind that they know that the cold case unit in the Denver Police Department exists.
the
And that they know we work on these cases all the time. The Denver Police Department will never forget what happened to your loved one and will continually make efforts to try to bring some resolution to that case.
So that was a video Lieutenant Wheaton did probably back in 2013, 14. And it's still true. The reason we do our job in cold case is because there are still victims and victims' families out there who are seeking answers, who are still hopeful. Some you'll hear people say, I never thought I'd hear this, never thought I'd get that call. But we work by the motto that we just will never forget. The cold case unit in Denver today consists of 1 sergeant and 3 detectives. That has shifted over time. I believe at one point we had upwards of 9 cold case detectives. When we had a significant amount of grant funding, there was a large push to review a lot of these older cases because what was coming around and making case solvability even a higher potential, DNA. And the progression of DNA and how it was being used and how it was able to identify people who had left DNA behind that had not otherwise been identified before. So it kind of, it depends on staffing levels, of course. If we need people on the streets, they're going to put people on the streets instead of putting someone in a position if somebody leaves that. But there's 1 sergeant currently. He's really a working sergeant. So I like to say there's 4 detectives because he'll get calls and he'll take cases and he might actually work harder than a lot of other investigative sergeants that I know. He's on the ground. He's a boots on the ground guy and he will just take a case and run with it. And then when he comes to you and talks to you about it, you're like, well, I could have done that. He's like, I know. We fall under the Major Crimes Bureau under the homicide unit, which is why Commander Bell would have the pleasure or something like that of being my boss at one point. We currently do not get called out on new homicides, but if it really is a bad one or like a really bad officer involved shooting, we have all the same training as homicide detectives. So we can go out on those as well. And then in the video, Lieutenant Wheaton talks about working homicides. We also work sexual assaults that are unsolved. By state statute, it's considered a cold case if it is 1 year old or older. Within the department, it is 3 years. And the reason for that is because ideally, between 1 to 3 years, the detective that had that original case investigation is probably still around. If they're not around, or if it's a case where you need a fresh set of eyes, then you can bring in a cold case detective to help out. We recently had success in putting a bar owner in prison for sexually assaulting women. He would drug women and then sexually assault them at his bars. 2 of those cases happened in 2020. and one of those cases happened in 2024. I worked the 2020 cases, and a sex assault detective worked the 24 case. We were able to successfully arrest and prosecute and convict him. So we can cross over into current investigations as well, if it fits with our old investigations, if there's some kind of nexus there. We also work really collaboratively with our crime lab and our district attorney's office. One of the things I think that's unique about our cold case unit, and I say that because I talk to a lot of other cold case detectives in different states, going to conferences and training, is they don't have a super close relationship with their crime labs or their district attorneys. And we have monthly meetings with our crime lab and our DA. We have one DA that's assigned as a cold case district attorney. And we are consistently talking about what cases are we working? What do we have as far as evidence that still needs to be processed? What are we waiting on? And then we toss out ideas. I mean, good investigative work isn't coming from one person who's just out knocking on doors or sitting on a computer researching Facebook pages, right? It's a collaborative effort. And it really makes a huge difference in the quality and the ability to prosecute cold cases. Cold cases are inherently hard. The more time passes, the more difficult they become. And I could go into a whole lot on that, on an entire presentation, so I won't. In 2022, the Denver Police Department did an audit of unsolved homicides between 1970 and 2016, and the average was approximately 750. That's not including 2016 to current, and that's not including prior to 1970. I would say we probably have around 1,000 to 1,200 unsolved homicides in the city and county of Denver. But some of those, of course, you know, we're never going to solve a 1960 homicide. 99.9% of those players are probably deceased. Those case files compared to our case files today might get a 1960 homicide case file and a 2016 homicide case file. So vastly different types of documentation. How do we get our cases is a big question. We can have victims, if that's a victim of a sex assault, or we can have victims' families call and say, hey, I was just checking on the status of my case. What we're seeing a lot is I'm seeing cases being solved by genetic genealogy. My so-and-so was killed in Denver. Is there any way that you can use genetic genealogy to try to solve my loved one's case? Sometimes the answer is we can try, and sometimes the answer is there's no DNA that was left at the scene. That's not that type of case. But we can always still review that case, and we've had success in getting that exact phone call and then determining that we needed to interview 2 witnesses who had never been interviewed. It was a 1987 murder, I believe, and the suspect was deceased. And the then suspect's girlfriend said, he confessed everything to me. She told us everything that he had told her. It fit exactly with the crime. We're able to submit that case to the district attorney, and the district attorney would return it to us in what we call like they can't prosecute it. I don't want to use all the exact verbiage because it's a lot legal, but they can't prosecute it because the offender is deceased, but otherwise they would have prosecuted that case. So we can clear that case and we can give that family answers. We just can't charge a deceased suspect. New information comes forward, witnesses, new DNA evidence, of course, as science is progressing. We're getting new hits on DNA all the time. Confessions. We have a case right now where somebody walked in the door and confessed and everything he said fit, and now we're going through the court process with him. Possible connections to another DPD case, homicide, maybe it's connected to a sex assault suspect who's kind of gone under the radar for several years. Maybe he was in prison, maybe he stopped offending and now he's reoffending, and we have a cold case homicide, but we have a brand new sex assault, same DNA. That kind of connection can happen. And then grant funding is massive for the cold case world. This allows for a lot of review and work on certain cases. There's certain parameters that the grant providers will lay out. For instance, you have to have DNA. Doesn't have to have an identified contributor, but you have to have DNA in the case to be able to work it. Or you must have a named suspect in the case from the original investigation. Those qualify under the grant, and therefore we can use that to further the investigation. Travel, more crime scene, or more DNA processing, more lab work on firearms, that kind of stuff. Of course, where does our funding come from? We're all employees of the city and county of Denver, Crime Lab, District Attorney's Office, DPD. So of course, we get our pay. Crime Stoppers has actually been very instrumental in providing some funding to initiate moving cold cases forward. And then our grant funding is the biggest thing. The Bureau, it's a mouthful, I apologize. BJA DOJ, Bureau of Justice Affairs, Department of Justice provides us with a lot of our funding. It's an additional financial resource for things that are not covered by the budget. And since 2003, they've provided us with over $8 million in grant funding. In 1999, the Denver Integrated Cold Case Project was begun by then Crime Lab Director Greg LaBerge. Maybe he wasn't the Crime Lab Director then. Anyway, he used to be the Crime Lab Director. He retired. And then retired Homicide Sergeant John Priest. They really wanted to focus on using DNA evidence to solve cases. Again, DNA was really coming to the forefront and it was being very successful. In 2004, we received another grant for a massive amount of DNA review. The crime lab detectives reviewed all of these cases and said, this case has good DNA, yes. This case has no DNA, no. And you sort of separate that and then move certain items of evidence forward. From that grant, they've tested and re-examined DNA in over 900 cold case sex assaults and 240 cold case homicides. 350 hits have come in with CODIS, which is the Combined DNA Index System. Do you guys all know what that is? Big national database where we have offender DNA. And we've been successful in filing charges in over 130 cases. I say over that because that's more, I got that little snippet from an article. We have definitely filed cases using grant funding since that article came out. Again, we get consecutive grants, and then the Crime Stoppers funding has been very instrumental in what I want to talk to you guys, which is sort of the new way we're solving cases, which is the forensic investigative genetic genealogy. Does anyone not know what that is? So it's genealogy, and it's an investigation by a law enforcement agency. So what we do is we take unidentified contributor DNA from a crime scene or from a victim, and we're able to send it out to these companies. It's like when you swab your cheek and you send it to ancestry.com, and then they come back and say, this is who you're potentially related to just through your DNA. We do the same thing with our unknown offender DNA. We send it to companies that will create what they call a SNP, just a little bit of the offender DNA. And then we send it to 2 companies that allow law enforcement to utilize their database. And they send us a match list. And then we build family trees. And hopefully from that family tree, we're able to narrow down and identify potential contributors. And I want to be very specific about that word because, oops, don't want to talk about her yet. I want to be very specific about the word contributor because a contributor of DNA does not always necessarily mean they're the suspect. So we have to be really careful. We also have to do traditional police work. You know, in instances of a sexual assault, is that DNA a consensual partner versus a suspect? In a homicide that happens in a home, is there a reason that person's DNA would be there because they legally have the right to be there? Does that make sense? So we still have to do boots on the ground, knock on doors, talk to people. It's a brilliant way of moving cases forward, but the hard work still does come with knocking on the door. I want to talk to you about some of our successes. This first case I want to talk to you about, this is not a genealogy case. This was literally a long-term investigation that started on October 1st of 1996 when Terry Turchak was found murdered in her home. She had been sexually assaulted. This is 1996. They did a ton of knocking on doors, a ton of eliminating people that she knew. She unfortunately lived a bit of a high-risk lifestyle. And so there, you could imagine there were multiple potential suspects. In 2004, using that grant, they submitted the unknown offender's DNA to CODIS, and there came back with a match. That still required a lot of traditional investigative work. Where was he? Who was he? Did they have a relationship? One of the hard things about cold cases too is we can't just say, oh, we found the suspect, let's file the case. We need to make sure that witnesses are still alive. Of course, memories are going to fade over time. There's potentially more evidence that needs to be reviewed and tested to either corroborate or exclude an individual. And then we have to go interview or attempt to interview the person that's identified. The suspect, this is his most recent arrest photo. The suspect was this gentleman named Ricky Dawson. The DNA was matched to evidence collected from the victim's body at autopsy. At the time of the match in 2004, he was in prison in Florida for a similar crime. He pled guilty in that case to second-degree murder, so he was up for parole. He was going to be released. In 2004, he was interviewed, kind of shut the interview down, and unfortunately, there was really nothing more they could do to move forward with that case. Excuse me. Clicker's not working. So circle back around. It gets assigned to just different investigators as they rotate through the cold case unit. He was then finally arrested. There was more DNA processing that was done that really locked him in as the suspect. He was finally arrested on March 10th of 2023. So you can imagine Terry Turchek's family waiting between 1996 and 2023 to hear we've arrested somebody in Terry's murder. That family, I can tell you, sat through an entire 2-week trial, and he was ultimately convicted on March 17th of this year of first-degree murder. He is also a suspect in 2 other similar crimes in San Francisco and Seattle. So after he was convicted here, he's extradited now to San Francisco to face charges out there. And then from there, he'll most likely go to Seattle to face charges there. But that's a long time for Terry's family to wait. And they were just amazing. Covered this a little bit without having the slide. Family tree building, FIG for short. You sometimes hear people say IGG, it's the ancestry. It's how we're using it to identify those contributors. It does have a high nationwide solve rate. This is why we're seeing this flood of cases that are coming through the news of solves that just we didn't think could ever happen. We also use IGG. Now this is a homicide case, but the problem with this case was on February 3rd of 1983, we found an unidentified female. Not we, because I was still in high school, but you know what I mean. We found an unidentified female deceased near a dumpster in Southwest Denver. They did complete an autopsy. Her cause of death was strangulation, so it was a homicide. There was 0 identifying information on her. No pocketbook. She didn't come up with fingerprints in the system. No ID. Nobody who called and said my so-and-so is missing. My mom, my sister, my aunt. There was just absolutely nothing. There were 0 investigative leads. And on top of that, it was difficult to identify her because her body had been set on fire, which had caused a significant amount of damage to her face. They did try to produce a sketch of what they thought she looked like, pushed that out in the news, didn't come up with anything at all. That case in its entirety was reviewed again in, I believe, 2004, 2005, 2010, and 2011. And it wasn't until we had forensic genetic genealogy in play. This was one of the first cases that was submitted under the grant. Her DNA profile was developed, and her profile was developed in 2013. She was positively identified as Hope Waddell. She was 61 years old when she died, and she had been missing since 1979. Her family had no idea where she was. Hadn't heard from her. She had some alcohol problems. But when she was finally identified, it was because the detective that was assigned to the case was able to connect to a family member on Ancestry who connected to her daughter. And her daughter said, I never thought. That was the one quote. I never thought I would see this day. I didn't even know where my mom was. So we're using it too for the unidentified things. Now her homicide case is still open, still an active investigation, but at least now her family knows they don't have to wonder what happened to Hope for the rest of their lives. This is where we are successful with sex assaults and forensic genetic genealogy. In 2004, on March 30th, out of respect for her privacy, because she's still living, I will not use her name. But in 2004, our victim, AR, came home from work early. She had a headache. She went to bed, took a nap. This is in Northeast Denver. When she wakes up from a nap, she sees a masked, gloved, fully clothed male standing at her bed, and he has a firearm. He also has handcuffs. He handcuffs her. He takes another knit cap, puts it on backwards so the eye holes are in the back so she can't see. And he sexually assaults her at gunpoint. Then he forces her to take a shower. Then he takes the bedding and he leaves. He pulls the phone cord so she can't call the police. She has the wherewithal to collect some DNA evidence herself, but then there's also evidence that's collected from the exam at the hospital. So that's March 30th of 2004. It was in 2022 that we used forensic genetic genealogy to identify Jason Grosshart as the contributor of that DNA. He was at the time living in Missouri with a wife, stepdaughter, and a son. He was living as a pastor. Or working as a pastor. We collected his DNA surreptitiously using the ATF. That surreptitious collection of DNA matched to evidence obtained from the exam. He was arrested on October 26th of 2022. He took a plea deal. He was going to go to trial, and then ultimately he realized this was bad. The evidence was too outstanding. He took a plea deal, and he's now serving time in prison here in Colorado. And this is the case that Lieutenant Wheaton really wanted me to present on. I can't do this in 30 minutes, much less 4 hours, because it's so involved. But this is a case that is very near and dear to her heart, and a case that has become very near and dear to mine, or cases, I should say. You'll notice that there's no suspect name up there, and that's because, in my humble opinion, he doesn't deserve to have his name in big bold letters. You'll see who he is in a little bit, but these are the women who should be remembered: Madeline, Dolores, Gwendolyn, and Antoinette. Madeline Leviday on the left was murdered in her home, sexually assaulted and murdered in her home on December 7th of 1978. She lived in the 1600 block of Poplar Street. Dolores Barajas, the reason I don't have her photo up here is her family respectfully requested that we never show an image. They're okay with me talking about her, but they just requested that we never show her image. This was the family that proved to me that not everybody is excited when cold cases get solved. We ripped off a Band-Aid, and that hurt more a second time around than they were probably, they were very grateful, they were very kind, but it made me realize as a detective that I might be grateful we're solving this, but there are some family members out here who that hurt still just runs so deep. So out of respect for that family, I don't show Dolores's photo. She is found sexually assaulted and deceased on August 10th of 1980 in the 500 block of East 17th Avenue. Gwendolyn Harris is found deceased at East 47th Avenue and East Andrews Drive on December 21st of 1980. And Antoinette Parks, who was only 17 at the time, was found deceased on January 24th, 1981 at 64th Avenue and North Broadway. That's Adams County. Am I running over? Okay. If anybody needs to leave, feel free to leave. I won't be offended if you walk out. She's an Adams County case. I'll explain to you guys in a second how we get that. Each of these victims had been sexually assaulted and stabbed to death, very brutal deaths. Each victim had evidence that was DNA biological evidence that was collected either from the scene or from an examination. Each of all those items of evidence revealed a single unknown male DNA profile. In 2010, so 1978 to 2010, we developed the unknown DNA male profile from Madeline's case sufficiently enough to put it into CODIS. There's no matches. Until 2013, when the unknown male DNA profile from Dolores's case matches to Madeline's 1978 case. And then in 2015, the unknown male DNA profile from Gwendolyn's case matches Madeline and Dolores. FBI definition of a serial killer is 2 or more victims. And so now, based on this, like I said earlier, a contributor doesn't necessarily mean a suspect until you get something like this. That's just too coincidental. I don't know if you guys noticed the victims' photos. Serial killers often have a type. This guy did not. It was a crime of opportunity, and it didn't matter who his victim was: age, ethnicity, race, location, it just didn't matter. And then in 2018, this is how we get the Adams County case. That's an unknown male DNA profile from Antoinette's case matches to all three of ours. So I call Adams, I get assigned the cases after, I don't know, oh my gosh, probably a dozen more detectives ahead of me. I call Adams County and I'm like, hey, you know, do you have any suspects? Could I look at your case? And they're like, here you go. Let us know how we can help. And again, Lieutenant Wheaton, these are very near and dear to her heart. There were absolutely no new leads in the Adams County case. So I'm like, here we go. But our crime lab was starting to do the forensic investigative genetic genealogy on it. We knew that was probably the only way we were going to identify that contributor, right? But man, did we hit speed bumps and we hit brick walls and there was a lot of travel. I was like planes, trains, and automobiles, but not really trains. I didn't take any trains. But part of forensic investigative genetic genealogy is sort of cutting the branches off the tree. And so she would sort of identify a group of family members. And then I would go and I would talk to one of those family members. We think, you know, related, but kind of out there. So not going to be like a brother or something. And we get a known sample from them. And then we can say, yep, that's you. This is your branch. Or no, it's not your branch. So I did a lot of that on this case. And every single time, not even related, not in the family, not in the branch. And it's just so defeating. I researched records and databases. I looked at old sex assault reports and old homicide. I mean, there's just so much that goes into it. So finally, in 2021, we're tired of beating our heads on the brick wall. We called the Texas Department of Public Safety because through that family tree, we were determined that he probably came from Texas. Everybody in that family tree came from Texas. So we're like, we're calling Texas. And they agreed to do what's called a familial search. And basically they take our unknown DNA and they put it into a state level system. And that searches offenders in their Department of Corrections who have submitted DNA by law. They're required to. And they come back with a match. This is January 4th of 2021. So by now I've had this case for 3 years. Comes back to a potential sibling by the name of Paul Irvin. And we knew that name because Tracy from the crime lab who had done the tree building had built out that family. And we knew that there was Paul and 4 other brothers. When Paul Irvin went to prison in Texas for murdering his wife, he listed every single family member on his intake documents. So intake documents are super valuable pieces of paper for me. Whether they were dead or alive, he listed them. There was a 5th brother and his name was Joe Michael Irvin, and we had not heard a peep. She couldn't find anything on Joe Michael Irvin. This is a mugshot from Joe Michael Irvin showing the Denver police placard. He was arrested on March 28th of 1970 in Denver. And as we're on the phone with Texas getting this information, my personal phone is blowing up with text messages of like, hey, I found an address for this guy in Denver. It happened to be 2 blocks from where Gwendolyn was found. His 3rd victim was found deceased. There's a record of a marriage in Denver in 1978. And then there's this DPD arrest record, which we actually don't find out about until later, but that's a longer story. And then there's a record of death in July of 1981, and that's it. No location, no specific date, just he died. So I take a chance and I reach out to, I reach out to Colorado Vital Records because all the records we have for him are Colorado. And I say, hey, do you happen to have a death certificate for this guy for this month and this year? And they come back with, yes, we do. He died in the Adams County Jail in July of 1981. He had no criminal record that I could find running through all of the databases we have access to. I called the Adams County Sheriff's Office and I said, hey, total long shot, but do you have a 40-year-old suicide report? And the detective actually laughed at me. I was like, just try. Like, could you just look? And lo and behold, they did. And he called me and he's like, this is 20 pages long. So, you know, if you have a 20-page suicide report, that's something big. So what we find out is he was in jail in July of 1981 for the killing of Officer Deborah Sue Court. She had pulled him over on a traffic stop, most likely for a DUI. She had gotten him out of his car. She had one handcuff on him. He fought her. He took her gun. He shot and killed her. He actually shot and killed a young man who stopped to try to, or shot and wounded a young man who tried to stop and assist her. She was the first ever Aurora police officer killed in the line of duty. So he's in prison. He takes the easy way out. He commits suicide. He's moved back to Texas and buried in Tarrant County. What we learn about him is that in 1981, at the time he killed Officer Core and Antoinette Parks, he had an active homicide warrant out of Texas from 1969. He had shot and killed a young man at a bowling alley in Texas, which is probably why he fled up here. He had a brother up here in Colorado that was in the military. In 1970, he was arrested under the name Joe Irwin, not Joe Irvin, for a series of burglary sex assaults in Denver. His MO is strikingly similar to what he's doing in 78 and 80. He's breaking into homes. He's sexually assaulting women at knife point. One of his victims included in 1970 was a 10-year-old girl who was home with her younger sister, and then a married mother of 2 young children, exactly like Madeline, at home with her 2 babies, and a college student. He had also broken into the home next door to his brother's house and threatened a woman and her daughter at knife point, but they were able to run out of the house. In 1970, he's found not guilty by reason of insanity. He goes to the state mental hospital for 7 years. He's conditionally released in 1977. All that means is you have to take meds and go see a doctor, and he was not compliant. He married his wife in 1978, and their first child was born in January of 1979. I can tell you that I have met Mrs. Irvin and one of their children. They had 3 children total. And Mrs. Irvin and one of the daughter are their gems. And they knew he was a bad man, and Mrs. Irvin was in a bad marriage. And they were mortified to learn this information about their husband and dad. He sexually assaulted and killed Madeline in December of 1978, right? So conditionally released in 1977. He sexually assaults and kills Madeline in 1978. And then on January 18th, 1979, 42 days after he's murdered, he's released unconditionally. And the court documents say he's no longer considered a danger to himself or others. In June, prior to Dolores's murder, he goes to a woman's home. He kidnaps her from her home with her small infant next to her and her husband and a toddler in the other room. He drives her back to his house, sexually assaults her there, drives her home. When he gets arrested, because she can identify him and can identify the house, he says, "Oh, we're having an affair. Wasn't me." He is arrested. He is charged. He is released on bond a few days later. And he's still out on bond when he kills Dolores, Gwendolyn, Antoinette, and Officer Core. Also from the DA case file from the 1980 kidnapping were handwritten notes about an insurance agent who had gone to their home to sell insurance. He says, "I need a ride." She's like, "I'm not real comfortable." He's like, "It's just a short drive." She says, "Okay." He sexually assaults her at gunpoint and lets her go. And then on August 30th, 1980, there's another sex assault report, where he picks up a woman who's walking home, sexually assaults her, and then lets her go with an apology. So the longer presentation, I kind of go into my theories about him, but like he's alternately killing his victims or letting them go with apologies. So he's, again, just as a study, he's just all over the board. He's not consistent. So what do? I write a search warrant, because all we could do, because Joe Irvin has brothers, all we can do is go get his DNA. So I write a search warrant. We fly down to Texas. We have an exhumation. We collect some of his teeth that are untreated by a dentist, and then some of his metatarsals and some of his thigh bone. And we bring that back. Those are just tiny little vials. They're not as big as they look. But here are the challenges. He'd been embalmed. That destroys DNA. He'd been married for 40 years, degraded DNA. And then he had brothers, so shared DNA. So we have to kind of overcome all of those things to try to determine if it's really a match. In round 1 of testing, there wasn't enough DNA to say it was Joe or one of his brothers. So we had to go back to round 2. They used up all of the samples that we brought back. And finally, in January of 2022, we were able to announce that he was the killer of Madeline, Dolores, Gwendolyn, and Antoinette. Those are Antoinette's brothers. They are the only two surviving siblings out of, I believe it was 7. Commander Bell, I believe, was my commander at the time. So this was a big old press conference. Made a lot of national and international news. But one thing I will always stand on, like, community support is so huge for every single person that does this job. Because credit goes to everybody that's ever touched this case from the beginning. The patrol officers that responded in 78, 80, and 81, the original detectives who collected evidence, even if they didn't think they could do anything with it, they had the wherewithal to collect evidence that now we can use today with technology and science. The crime lab scientists who for years have worked just tirelessly thinking, how can I apply new science to old cases? The district attorney's office, my DA just is like, you again? Because I'm just constantly like, what about this? And can I legally do that? And what if we have this? Our coroner's office is huge because old records from coroner's offices are massive for us. The ATF, the FBI really will step up and help us with out of state type of things. Outside agencies, I just have to give them credit. Adams County, the Texas Department of Public Safety, Texas Rangers. We used forensic anthropologists, and I was expecting all this really cool, fancy like tools. The guy shows up with a cut off milk jug and a kitchen brush, and that's how he's like, it's how he's like exhuming Joe Irvin. I was like, this is interesting. Community organizations, we cannot do this job without your support. Crime Stoppers is massive. When we have people that call with tips, call with information, even if they think it's not applicable, we'll still look into it. But community support for the department as a whole, for, Emmy's offices, cold case unit, it's just huge. BJA, DOJ, of course, because they give us our money. Denver Crime Stoppers, because they're always wanting to know how we can put information out there on even the oldest of cases that we have. And why do we do our jobs? Number one, community safety. If there's still an offender out there, even if it's 40 years later, we need to find him or her and hold them accountable. Maybe they're reoffending, maybe they're not reoffending, but we still have a job to do to hold them accountable. Answers for families and victims come second, for sure. George Journey, Antoinette's brother, said, we can finally have peace knowing what happened to our sister. When I called him to talk to him about Antoinette, it was like 10 minutes of crying on the phone before he was able to say anything. Madeline's daughters, who were in the home when her mom was killed, were just grateful beyond belief. Dolores's family, thank you, but please don't call me again. Band-Aid came off, really hurts again. Gwendolyn's daughter was 10 when her mom died. She was super grateful. But even the families we can't find resolutions for, they still have hope. This is Danny Lawrence. She's the granddaughter of Hope Waddell. When the Joe Irvin case came out and we did the big news conference, she makes this quote to the media. I felt deeply for those families. Like our family, those are people who waited 40 years to get some resolution. I wish we had that day. I hope someday we have that day. That's why we do our job. Because there are still people out there who want and need to know what happened to their loved ones. I can't say it any better than they can. We won't forget, ever. If you're interested in some of the cold cases that we have a website. It's the Cold Case Homicides. That's just a little screenshot so you guys can see what it looks like. That's my contact information. If any of you ever have any questions, want to chat more about what cold case investigations entail, please feel free to reach out and contact me. If you guys know anybody affected by a cold case, that they're just like, hey, we don't want to reach out to the Denver Police Department, they've forgotten about us, please tell them we haven't. We can't make promises we can't keep, but we'll talk to them. We'll talk to anybody. Any questions?
Yeah, this is a question. So your homicide, you do homicide cold cases, do you do attempted homicide?
So, aggravated assaults / attempt homicides, we're kind of confined to the statute of limitations. And so if it still falls within the statute of limitations, we can look into it. But generally, by the time we get them, it's way beyond the statute of limitations. But technically, a cold case is anything that is unsolved after a year that is still within the statute of limitations. So we could potentially, yes.
Did the lady at the crime lab who was monkeying around with the DNA evidence, did that have any ramifications on the work that you do?
Oh, you're talking about
Last couple of years?
Missy
Yeah.
Woods.
Missy Woods.
Yeah, yeah.
That's not, it is not really directly impacted us because we have our own crime lab. I can't speak for the crime lab because I don't work there. I do know that there are certain types of sexual assaults kits that have been sent to CBI, but we have since taken those back. And so they would be processed within the Denver crime lab. So, that's an unfortunate scenario that's happening. And there are agencies whose cases have been impacted by that, but to date, as far as I know, we have not been impacted by that.
Is there anybody that can talk to us about what the problems are right now at Denver's crime lab? Because an article came out and you guys have a whole long list of problems at the Denver crime lab right now.
So I would have to refer that completely up the chain of command, probably even to, beyond Commander Bell. I can't speak to it because again, I don't work there. I don't even know.
That doesn't affect how you solve these things and whatnot?
But if you want.
No, go ahead.
Regan, as you know, staffing, of course, affects everything. And some of those articles that you may have read had to do with staffing. Anytime we can get crime technicians quickly out to a crime scene, is always better. So I'd be lying if I said that staffing doesn't affect us collecting evidence. Of course it does.
Oh, so it's strictly a staffing issue?
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that is one of the issues that I know about.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna go quickly. You can tell why she's one of my
Sorry.
favorite detectives.
I talked a lot.
Extremely tenacious. Lieutenant Wheaton will probably concur with me that she would be in your office every day, any day, just reminding what we needed to do. I remember when we sent her down to Texas and that was a first. That was a first for both of us. And so I remember what like yesterday. So I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you guys for your time too.
Really quickly, Officer Keystone was conducting a proactive patrol when he witnessed a vehicle with no visible license plate. We already talked about that problem. A traffic stop was conducted and the driver was contacted. While conducting the clearance of the driver, the vehicle was discovered to have, the vehicle had an ATL, attempt to locate, issued by Aurora PD for a weapons offense. And the victim was the illicit party of a felony level protection order. The officer then discovered the restricted party was a passenger in the vehicle, and the passenger also had an outstanding felony domestic violence warrant. Kind of illustrates what I always talk about, the struggles we have with enforcing domestic violence. We always need the public's help with that. With the assistance of Officer Gutschall, they began to order the occupants out of the vehicle. As the passenger was exiting the vehicle, the passenger attempted to flee on foot. Officer Keystone gave chase and was able to catch a suspect in a neighboring parking lot and was taken down. And the suspect was taken into custody. We have another one because we're 1 month behind. Corporal Vigil and Scribner were behind a GMC Yukon when the driver got out of the vehicle. This happened on Broadway, Doug. While clutching his front waistband and began walking quickly to a person. Officers placed the suspect at gunpoint and he complied with officers' commands. The suspect was placed into custody and a loaded Glock 43X was found on his person in his front right waistband. He was found to have multiple active warrants, including a felony warrant out of Arapahoe County. The citizen that the suspect was walking quickly towards provided a statement and said that he wanted to press charges. He was charged with the felony menacing and minor offenses related to weapon possession as well. Great police work on that. I do believe they prevented at least aggravated assault from a firearm. Pablo, raise your hand. I'm not gonna have you. Come on. Pablo is new to our team. We're very fortunate to have him. I stole him from District 2. A young officer, but he's wise beyond his years. Pablo has really jumped in with both feet and has solved a lot of community issues just this week. Born in Mexico, grew up in Texas, enjoys skiing. I didn't know that, Pablo. We're gonna have to do some skiing. Youngest of 5, and you were hired in 2024, and you previously worked at Denver Pretrial. So great to have you on the team, and you'll be seeing a lot of them. I'm just gonna go through all the stats. Lieutenant Wheaton, if you don't mind, I'm just gonna do all of them. We're looking good. Our total crime is down 18%. Struggling with the person crime, really fed by those domestic violence crimes and crimes of people knowing each other and assaulting each other. We've had some firearm crimes on Broadway that we're addressing and keeping our eye out and getting our resources there.
What is society and other?
You know, that can be led by open containers, drug use, and now that I'm getting more officers on the street, we're seeing that go up because the officers are doing proactive work. So those type of crimes can go up.
I just don't recognize that category name because we never. What
It
used to be something else?
Yeah, it used to be called other. You saw it every month. It called other. They've done our stats and now that's a new name for it. I don't make the rules. Yep. Sector 1, pretty good numbers, other than 311, that's also includes the Broadway corridor.
Can you back up once? Thanks. I see 313 is up again.
Yeah, in some of the areas, the property crime is down. Total crime is down. We won't take the eye off the ball. Okay, really quick, we've talked about this last month. Please watch out for porch pirates. Summer, it's easy to drive around and look for packages. Montclair, we have events for the ages 8 through 18. It's the second and fourth Fridays from 5 to 8. Shredathon, they're asking for a suggested donation of $20. Just don't throw your personal information in the recycle bin. That's how we get ID theft. Target and DPD, we're tuning up on June 4th, which is tomorrow. We'll have 529 garage there. Register your bikes. This was a request from Denver Human Services for me to add it to our slide. We have an Intellectual Development Disabilities Advisory Council. If you would like to volunteer, you can get this QR code or call the number to volunteer. Our free community self-defense class, you must register for it. It's going to be at 7100 Cherry Creek Drive North, and that's July 18th. Lastly, reminder, no cab July, no cab August. Next time I'll see you in this room will be September 2nd. July and August, we don't have cab. August is for National Night Out. It was like that last year as well.
Not Jill.
It was, we don't do it at July. You have my contact information. Sir.
If it's okay, I wanted to ask a general question that also relates to your comment about South Broadway and the gentleman up there and his comment about South Broadway. And whether it's South Broadway or my particular area of concern, which is Bible Park, there's been comments about, we know this stuff is gonna happen every weekend. And I have an idea that I want to just present to you. Why is it that the Denver police can't just be in these areas randomly on one of the days where, the Sunday night, the Saturday night, just doing a general, let's call it a DUI enforcement, just having a presence there to kind of slow it down. I would bet that people with these kind of cars, whether it's fast cars or the loud cars, there's a small population. These are mostly repeat offenders. If you're in the area for a general purpose and you're not announced and they don't show up, or they do show up and you catch one or two of them and you put a dent into it because you know they're going to be there, can you just be there for a general reason like a DUI enforcement and target those areas?
Absolutely, and we do. Do you get our newsletter where you get to vote on the officers of the month?
I do not.
Okay, you would have been happy. Bible Park is one of them. We had 2 officers because we have asked them to do extra patrols. And some officers were asking me, Commander, why are you putting this on the great work and comparing and contrast it to what we just saw, right? They were in the Bible Park after hours. They cited 2 people for park curfew. In the big scheme of things, not a big thing, other than we know we had problems at Bible Park. And Lieutenant Wheaton and I are talking weekly about getting resources there with our overnight shifts and getting attention there. With these street racers, we know where they like to frequent, and that's why I really am gonna emphasize, I want to report it, because we are creatures of habit. We put our officers there when we can. Staffing is what creates everything, right? If I don't have the staffing, I can't do a DUI enforcement. And just DUI enforcement, we have a DUI unit. Our officers don't have the time or the skill set to do a full DUI enforcement.
If you can just randomly target, 3 or 4 of these areas, Camden and I-25 for speed racing is probably another one, and just show up there for another reason. And just be that speed bump for them.
100%, and I hear you loud and clear, and we are doing that. Colorado, yeah, we're doing that all the time.
And I appreciate what you are doing.
Yeah, I appreciate your input and please, no, we are addressing it, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Can you talk just for a quick second about new recruits, how many graduated, staffing, like
Great.
shortages, that kind of thing?
Great question. Friday, we are graduating 48. You heard me last month, I'm being a little braggadocious. We got the most recruits than any other district. We are graduating 14 from our training program. Out of this class that's graduating, I'm getting 12. That's still the most than any other district. I am always pushing for staffing. But so is everybody else. And we have to start looking for the new, and not trying to replace you, Carrie, but the next Detective Carrie Johnson, right? I'm not gonna hold someone back in District 3 when they have the skill set that we need somewhere else. We need them in the homicide unit. We need them in the cold case unit. We have to be forward thinking. I can't be selfish and just hold all the bodies here because we have a loud park or street racing. So I'm gonna continue asking for more police officer. Lieutenant Wheaton and the rest of the staff are gonna help me get these people trained and get to the positions that they need to be. I've already approved the last 6 months. Lieutenant Wheaton, how many to traffic, 5,
Yes.
5. And I could never do traffic. I hate traffic. It's not my skill set, right? But it's someone else's skill set. And we need to make sure we get them to that area.
And sometimes too, what you don't see, let me just add one thing, Commander, because one of the things, that you might not see are some of the small teams that we created from our bigger detail teams, which is really outside of, normally the patrol officers are assigned to a detail, they answer calls for service, and then they do proactive work like you guys are describing that needs to happen in Baldwin Park or on Broadway. So, my detail, with the Broadway situation that's flared up with 119 South Broadway, I donated 2 of my officers to Flex to do proactive work around Broadway and the fights and the shootings that have popped up with that new bar in the last 10 weeks. And then with Bible Park, we have a bike team. So we created a bike team that went online in May. And it's a sergeant and 2 officers on the e-bikes. And so they're out in Bible Park, they're on Leetsdale, they're on Broadway, they're in Wash Park. So is a large team? No, but it's targeted work and it works. Those 2 officers that have been working every Saturday night from 6 PM to 4 AM, they usually get off at 11. They have gotten 3 dozen guns in 10 weeks. On one Saturday night, 1 shift, 2 guys. So you don't see it. I understand you're not gonna know about it only, randomly. But those 2 officers have just done a lot of work, and that's what Commander can do with the resources we have. When we have a problem, we'll target it with a small group of people of what we can do. And we do the same thing with Bible Park last year. Bible Park every summer is a challenge. I would love to hit a summer where it's not. Last year, we did over 300 directed patrols there. Catted out, tickets, again, it's nothing super sexy, towed a few cars, wrote some tickets, chased people out of there, addressed music, 300 times between May and September. Last summer, we'll do the same this summer. It is frustrating, like we hear it, Commander hears it, it's so frustrating that it continually happens. We just address it as we can in the manner we can do it. Unfortunately, some of that lower level stuff doesn't have a lot of teeth. Yes, ma'am.
Is are guns illegal in Denver?
Are guns illegal?
Yeah.
In some cases, yes. For the people that we took those guns from, yes.
All 300?
We didn't take 3.
Interesting.
We didn't take 300 guns.
I said dozens of guns.
The only guns that are illegal, if they're illegally purchased, to face serial number, you can't be 18 and have a handgun. Or you can't point a gun at.
Well, that's attempted murder, not just guns. So
Okay, one last question, man.
this is ridiculous.
In the Lowry area, but raising has been a problem. And some of my other members of our homeowners group have called in to report it, but we never get a report back. It would be helpful. I mean, it's nice to hear that you're sending out people to sort of monitor these areas, but I have no idea whether anybody's monitoring in the Lowry area now based on the reports you've been getting from us. How could we get a report?
So if it's street racing, there's no report. We get out there, there's no, the only time there's a report, we catch them in the act and they're kind enough to pull over and take their ticket or get their vehicle towed, right? However, if you have any questions when you call in, please reach out to one of your great CRO officers. We'll look it up, we'll follow through, see if we were able to send an officer at that time or wait in the queue because of some other serious crimes going. But please just reach out to your CROs.
Who is that CRO?
So you can either reach out to Technician Pacheco, myself, Silva, Manny Fuentes, and then Pablo Sanchez. Between the 4 of us, somebody will get back to you. Look up the call, the date and time that you made the phone call, let you know whether they were able to capture somebody or, stop somebody. Or something.
We have 2 of them in each district, in each sector, but they work as a team. So if one's off, one is able to answer your email, we'll work as a team.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. I kept you guys over, so fill out an overtime slip.
Okay.
We'll get paid for it.
Is it gonna be on the big screen?
Well, it's on YouTube. That's a big screen.
Big screen, yeah, big screen. Right?
You can put it on the TV. They have an app for that. They do. They absolutely do.
Oh my God.
3 months, I guess.
Yeah, I
3
guess.
months down the road, who knows what life is going to bring then, huh?
It will be different. It's going down the road. Take care.
You too. A rush to talk to one's favorite cop. Who would my favorite cop be? I want a favorite cop. Who's my favorite? I am all smiles. I just want a favorite cop. I want to adopt a cop. Can we start an adopt a cop program here in District 3? Let's see. What's his name again? Let's go get his card. Silva, he's a CRO. What's his name? Pacheco? I forgot already. Does anybody remember? You dare me, Fab Daddy? You dare me, huh? Hi, I'm Reagan Benson. Hi, nice to meet you. I was wondering, would you be my favorite cop? I want to start an adopt a cop program in District 3. And I would be. Yeah, can I have your card, please? Yeah. I would like to know if you can be my favorite cop. What does that mean? No, I like that. That's a good start. I want to email you. So your email's on there, right? I don't have my glasses on. Right here. Okay, perfect. And so, what's your badge number? 24? 15. They're waiting for somebody. Wait, 2415? Yes. Oh, okay. Okay, I just want to be sure. So is District 3 your first stop for your regular duties?
Yes, I used to work in District 2.
You were in 2?
For 2 years. So I did
2 full years?
1 year and a half.
Okay. And so you're CRO specifically for District 3 now. And who did you replace?
I didn't replace anybody. They just had an extra spot.
So we have Silva. Who else?
Manny Fuentes, and then I think Bishop Antonio.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to email you. I want to start this adopt a pop program here in District 3 for like educational purposes. Like the community wants an opportunity to make sure that their favorite cop is up to speed, like on the newest amendments in laws and all that kind of stuff, right? And especially if you're a CRO.
Yeah, it's always good to know everything.
Yeah, see?
Try to.
Thank you. I really like your attitude already. Yeah, and I like your smile. And I appreciate your approachability. So that's a great thing. So good luck over here.
Thank you.
We'll be
You too.
talking to you
Take
soon.
care.
Thank you. There's Diana Romero Campbell, City Council member.
Trace help us.
Each other against it.
Hello. What?
And what's what's the range? The one who was sitting standing over.
She's a sergeant.
Okay. And this is my old boyfriend, AJ.
Yes.
He's big. Yeah, yeah. He's gonna be a school. We sit together because I'm out school. He's the two AJs, right? Oh, that's great. Yeah, citizen AJ and opposite AJ. So I should go and tell him, like, it's gonna be a resource officer. So who you can talk to?
I'll come out in just a second and turn this on. Are you gonna be here? Hang out for a minute and get some out. It's just open our third. Yeah, I'm.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. We're gonna go over here for a minute.
All right, I'm heading out of here, Mickey.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Lieutenant Wheaton, I just wanna apologize for being a little snarky and quick to react to that. And maybe I misheard you. Okay, but I have a problem with this general talk about every gun is a problem in Denver. It's not. And if we're gonna have to listen to the automobile task force tell us that they're sending out educational material to educate people on what street racing is, and we're not gonna start doing things to educate the community on what lawful and responsible gun ownership means, I'm gonna be snapping back a lot more often on that. We are entitled to self-defense.
Yeah, I wasn't, and my comment wasn't, I can see where you took it that way, and I understand where you're coming from. In the context for which I was sharing with the group about that incident, it's about illegal guns, people that are shooting in the air, shooting people. I understand what you're talking in the big scheme of things. And I'm with you. I'm a gun owner.
Thank you.
Even if I was a police officer, I own guns. So I'm with you. I agree that we absolutely have a right, and there is a way to do it right. CCW, there's lots of legal gun owners.
Well, I don't think CCW is the right way either. That is unconstitutional. So, I mean, we could go pretty deep in that.
Good. And there's some places that have the open carry and stuff
Oh,
like
we are
that.
a
but-
state. We are an open carry state by
Right.
constitution.
We are.
And Denver is its own planet.
Yep.
So I'm looking forward to a challenge to change that. So when the cops are minutes away, you know,
Yeah.
those of us that really
defend
need to
themselves.
use self-defense.
Yes. I
Thank you.
support complete
I figured you
self-defense.
did.
I do. Absolutely.
And-
I appreciate you coming and talking to me.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
you know, I actually do think you're the smartest leader here at District 3. And I've often said that you should actually be the commander of District 3. And so that is no secret to people that know me and follow me when I talk about what's going on at District 3. And until things change for the better here, I will never, ever rely on District 3 for anything. I just want to make that clear.
Understood.
So
Yes, ma'am. I'll see you.
thanks for your time. Take care.
They did. No, you not chat.
I don't.
Yeah. Talk to you soon. Bye, guys. Have a good night. Mm-hmm.
And those are $802,000.
So fab, Daddy. You dared me. Did you think you would have to double dare me? Pablo Sanchez. I want to get to know Pablo. He comes with one of those approachable faces. So, and that is the truth, what I've said about Lieutenant Wheaton. I've said that numerous times. I didn't really know a lot about her. I knew of her. I knew her name. And she should be running this operation. Putting Joel Bell as commander of District 3 was the stupidest, but most on cue decision that this city could make. That's how they do it. And it is the bestest friend of the bestie group that's kind of been around the longest and sucking the biggest, hardest thing. This shit, it just pisses me off because there was good leadership here when Rick Kyle was here. And now he's gone and he's playing ball with the fuckheads of the fuckheads. And we got nothing. We got nothing.
They probably tear it up as they're driving down the road.
I, there was, I'm not a cop caller anyway, but if, if these cops are gonna be around me and in my vicinity and on my camera, I still need to know that I'm not gonna fucking die because, excuse my language, I tried. I think that's the first one I articulated. So at any rate, I'm gonna take a timeout. I need to have a conversation here, but I'm gonna come back. So I hope you guys will hang out for a few. Give me like about 10 minutes and let's come back. Okay, please. Okay, we're back. Huh. Well, I had to get the skivvy on some stuff. And I got the skivvy on some stuff. I was thinking about doing some artwork, but I don't know. Thanks, AB, for keeping everybody apprised. Fab Daddy, what did you do? Split? Why didn't you just back up the stream and start playing it some more? You want to hear me repeat myself, right? You want me to continue to repeat, 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 repeat. I've tried to be part of the change that I could be. And I just keep getting thrown in jail. Hang tight. I was just getting some information on Commander Joel Bell's boss, Sergeant Brian O'Neill, who is you want to talk about one of the ultimate best uh, authorities in the Denver Police Department. I mean, that guy just fucking shines like a you know what. So now is when they're really going to tune in. Now they're waiting for the best part to come. I like little Pablo. We liked him. Pablo Sanchez, badge number 24015. I mean, that doesn't mean we think he's a good cop or anything. We just think he's approachable. And we want to start an adopt a cop program. I think that would be great. Because for instance, if my neighbors think that they really need to call the cops, or somebody's got to call a cop, and I can maybe talk them down a little bit and be like, hey, there's this really good cop. He'll do you right. He'll do you right. Call him. And then when Pablo fucks up, I'm going to be like, hey, Pablo, what the fuck, Chuck? I thought we had an understanding that you were a top cop. I mean, did you see his smile? And those teeth? They were perfect. Very approachable. Nice smile. It's off to a really good start. So, did we have the real constitutional upholder in here? What is going on? Fab Daddy. You respect privacy. You can have privacy over here. You have to create your own privacy, though. Bohica, are you still in here? I didn't get to say hi to you. Yeah, there we go. Real constitutional upholder. How did the city and county of Denver respect people's right to keep and bear arms if they ban open carry and require a permit to carry? Where did we have a right? This is why this individual is an upstanding upholder of our rights. And I think, I could be wrong, but I think this young man, in his individual capacity, may very well be Denver's last hope for every single responsible gun owner in his upcoming legal battles, misdemeanor battles. That's my opinion, not his. I don't know. Remember, I told you, I'm not the purveyor of his information any longer. All I care about at this point is that he is of well mind and body after being shot 9 times by the Denver Police Department unjustifiably. But I do think that good times are to come in how he is able to be a steward of upholding civil rights for a population my age, a little bit younger, a little bit older, that have just royally left his age group with a disaster. I think if more people were active, things would be different. I really do. And people don't want to get active. So that's that. I think people want fame, quick money, and that's not what true activism is. So I don't fault people for wanting to make a living. If that's your thing, that's your thing. But here's another interesting thing that's happening. I did end up having a quick conversation with City Council person Diana Romero Campbell, who claimed that she's never seen a single email from me. I have been writing periodically for many months. I had said before that, it's worthless. They have their own agendas, which they do. But there is really a tragic thing that's occurring in City Council right now, and it's the announcement of Sarah Parody leaving City Council due to an illness. And Sarah Parody is an at-large City Council person. And while I don't agree with all of her positions and fights for the city and county of Denver, she is true to her word in being able to bridge that gap in the political divide. And she is very, very good at it. And in my opinion, I think we're now losing probably the last bit of hope that we had. It's all interesting to me how Boy, look at that speed racer. How they use their positions to shield themselves from the public. And then when they actually have to talk to the public, it's like, oh my gosh, I didn't know. I find it really disingenuous. We'll see if she responds. She took her notepad out and wrote my name down. Didn't want my phone number. Wanted to know what I've been writing about. Yeah, see, this is why I just can't play political pool. So, as I was telling her, it is true that the Denver Police Department is just restructuring this discipline system that they had into their weak discipline system into a non-existent discipline system. And even Ron Thomas said a few months ago that the police were not being disciplined at all, that all the cases for discipline were piling up because they didn't have a compliance director. So these cops know what they can, they don't care. They can do whatever they want. That is part of the reason that Luis was shot 9 times by the Denver Police Department. They're out of control. That's why Wayne, the homeless man, was shot in the face. And the district attorney ruled it a justified shooting within a month. And that's why we won't see an honest report out of the district attorney's office about Luis's shooting, and why they will continue to lie. The Denver Police Department, Detective Andrews, continue to lie and coddle the thugs that were responsible for Luis's need in self-defense. And it's a lie that Luis did not follow police orders. Apparently, the new thing is it's perception. It's just what the cop thought might be a thing, and feelings. So if it feels like it was this thing, you are justified to open fire. This is why I'm telling you the Denver Police Department is in a really bad way. A really bad way. So I'm waiting for something I need to learn about here shortly to determine what I'm doing next. So I am going to attempt to give mediation another try. Mediation has always been an option for addressing complaints. And it's interesting because I filed another complaint and it didn't get ignored right away. Like right away, it was responded to. You know why? Because I said I would go to mediation. Because at this rate, it doesn't matter. Because they're not disciplining anyone. And did you know that if the cops agree to go to mediation, they're absolved of all discipline for even unlawful violations? And you saw the video. And that's all I'm going to say about that, because it's supposed to be a confidential process, which so far, this new mediation company that Denver has seems to have it going on. Now, whether it all comes to fruition is yet to be seen. But when you go to mediation, or the way it was in the past, is all of it was confidential and you couldn't talk about it. And if you did, and you signed this agreement, the city may pursue criminal charges if you talked about the mediation. Well, that's not what the new form says. Mediation is still confidential, the mediation itself. So I think the cops jumped right on that opportunity because they broke the law. And I've always been a reasonable person with DPD. I have many times not sought to sue them when I could, because that's not what this is about. But then you got these top cops like Brian O'Neill, who has unlawfully arrested me 3 times. And the rest of the whole place becomes emboldened by that. And they also become emboldened by the toppest cop securing a conviction on Regan and him feeling very vindicated in the imminent threat that I posed on his life, apparently, and his family's. Oh, he smiled at me. That was nice. See, I suspect there are a handful of cops in here that aren't interested in wanting to take me down, or people that I associate with. Sure, they exist, but I don't know who the fuckers are. So you can't trust a one of them. Hey, I could be nice. I'm nice just like you. We can be nice together. But if you're out on the street violating people's rights and giving me shit for recording you, I'm not going to be nice. So it's pretty simple. And if you're going to be deceptive and arrest me and shit, well, whatever. But anyway, back to this whole mediation thing and how these cops are all emboldened now to be unprofessional, to literally just commit crime against the people because they've got a free pass and they know it. And Denver really flamed up as a very unsafe place real fucking quick with the leadership of the Denver Police Department. I saw it coming, but I was like, whoa, it really hit. So all this talk about we solve these crimes and we do this and we do that, I have seen enough of the lies. They don't solve crimes, they fucking lie. They lie. And then they've got a DA. Now you've got a DA, John Walsh, fucking literally prosecuting people for their speech. Willing to take it to the level of the higher courts because they claim there's an imminent threat. I have been around. I am a fucking Colorado native. I have had a camera in my hand for 20 plus years now. I have never once, ever been involved in committing any violence against anyone, ever. And all of a sudden, this is what I'm talking about how fast this inferno started to burn here. I mean, really fast. And so now they've got the attention of a rotten judge, Judge Shamalama Ding Dong Dean. And, you know, he didn't hesitate to they are fucking celebrating. They're like, yes, we finally got a judge and a DA that made sure We're showing that bitch who's in charge. Well, I mean, your misdemeanors are something, aren't they? But felonies are a whole different ball game. So that's what's coming next. They just fucking lie. They just make shit up and they lie. And then the system, to even address it, to even get them on the Brady list, we gotta have an honest DA. And this motherfucker is in here taking pictures with his best friend, Joe Bell, right before my trial. And they're just hugging on each other, and Bell's just talking about how great they've worked together. The whole fucking system is fucked. I don't even know. I don't think Denver can even recruit people anymore that aren't interested in revenge and high school sweetheart kind of stuff. And on my way over here, I recorded these two fucking bimbo cops in the middle of an intersection right up down the road here, Bucktail and University. I got a video of it here. Oh, were they just pictures? No, I got a video too. They're hanging out their window. They're committing a traffic. I mean, they're turning on the red. These two cars are sitting in the middle of the intersection. You see this? You can't see it from here, but the two passenger windows are down, and these fucking they look like 16-year-old high school girls in uniform. You know, this is a new thing, the 30 by 30, the whole diversity. Let's get all the 5'2", 98-pound girls out here, because if it feels like they should just pull their gun out and open fire, that's what they can do, because they fear for their lives. They're hanging out the fucking windows, yelling at each other. Are you gonna go? Like fucking children. This is the Denver Police Department. You guys, I'm not. Who would call these fucking idiots? Why would you call them? I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm not sorry. Like, they're fucking right there. It's just one little example. I'm just sitting at the light, just randomly going on my way. And you got these fucking high school girls in a cop uniform with a badge and a license to fucking kill, hanging out their windows in the middle of the intersection, and the light's red. I don't even know what to say anymore. You're really gonna call these fucking people for what? To make your life worse? To get somebody killed? Or to have them do something to make your life more miserable when you needed help? Look, I got so lucky the day of the sentencing hearing back on May 8th. You guys know I was in a car wreck on the way. My good friend Jerry, you know, Jerry, we love Jerry. Hi, Jerry. What's up, Jerry? I was picking Jerry up. This crazy bitch driving this Innovage van. You know, those vans that go around and pick up elderly and disabled people that you got to rely on. She just fucking puts it in reverse and just slams into my car on the street in the lane of traffic. And then pulled forward after her vehicle is stuck on my rental car, and gets out and tells me, "You weren't there. I looked. What? J- I'm sure, okay, she's drunk. And I'm looking at Jerry. She almost hit Jerry as he's walking, almost hit him. Jerry's screaming at her to stop. I didn't see it fast enough because I'm looking at Jerry. He's not in the car yet. And I'm like, Jerry, what am I going to do? She says that she said I wasn't here. And Jerry's just ripping into it. What the fuck's wrong with you? But I looked. I already looked and you weren't there. Well, where the fuck was I? I don't know, but I looked and you weren't there. I'm like, are you really going to do this right now? Because I got somewhere to be and I can't be late because there'll be a warrant for my arrest. You really want to do this? And Jerry's like, holy shit, call your attorney. Call her now. Hey, Jamie, I'm probably not going to be there. Oh, what's going on, Regan? Well, I was just in a car wreck. Everybody's okay, but apparently it's my fault, and so now I'm gonna have to call the fucking cops. Where are you? In Denver. Oh, well, okay. I'll go ahead and go to court, but can you keep me updated? Yeah, I'll keep you updated, Jamie. So I'm like, I get off the phone again. I'm like, so you're really not going to assume responsibility for backing up and slamming into this car? Is that what you're telling me? I don't know why you think that I was not looking, because I was looking and you weren't there. You know what? It doesn't even matter. You were backing up, and unsafe backing is the thing here. It doesn't matter if I was there or not. You were backing up. This is your fault, regardless. Jeez. Such aggressive driving right here in front of the cop shop. Remember, they're curbing all this stuff going on right here, even right in front of the cop shop. Remember, they send out officers and they just do stuff and yada yada. So, at any rate, Jerry was throwing a fit, a good fit, mind you. And I'm on the phone on hold for, I think, 19 minutes, if I recall correctly. I'm on hold for non-emergency for 19 minutes. I'm not going to call 911. I do not do that. I will not abuse the 911 system. And so this dispatcher for 911, because that's the Denver 911 system, answers the phone. And I tell her, yes, I need an officer over here in District 4. Here's where I'm at. And this woman she's at fault. And okay, well, we don't send officers out. And you can do a report online. No, you're going to send an officer out. This is Denver. This is the laziness. This is the, oh, we're short staffed. This is the, we don't want to work that hard program. So go online and fill it out. Bullshit. We're on the public street. We're not on private property. You're going to send a cop out here. Okay, well, full disclosure, when the officer arrives, it is not his decision to decide who is at fault. I don't know if you just started today, but go ahead and send the officer out here, and I'll be having that conversation with the officer. What the fuck? So this officer shows up shortly after that phone call. 10, 15 minutes tops. And it's Officer Francisco Valverde of District 4. And let me tell you what, he did an upstanding job. He did his job right. It's upstanding because our standards are down here, right? I'm like, whenever I start 6 feet under and then work my way up in expectations. And when we get to ground level, I'm like, shit, yeah, things are going good. And so she still told him it wasn't her fault. And so there's camera footage right in front of it's right in front of Jerry's building. And so he goes inside and asks for the camera footage. He's in there for another 15 minutes. Apparently can't retrieve it. He comes back out, starts asking questions. The manager comes running back out. I found it. I found it. I want you to be my favorite cop. Come back in. Come back in. And I'm thinking, wow, she's working really hard to make sure he's got this camera footage. And I said to Jerry, I don't know if I like this. They just give up camera footage like this. Oh no, don't worry about it. Don't worry. Yeah, Jerry, so Jerry and I start arguing. Jerry and I have some differences in opinion about the rules of the state. Jerry knows how corrupt the state is, and he would like me to just remove myself entirely because he worries about me and what it does to relationships. Because Jerry has been through a ration of shit himself in his lifetime. Jerry and I are about the same age. And so we have, but that man is so near and dear to me. So we have some differences of opinion. And so Jerry and I start arguing. Jerry, if these fuckers ever give up video like this of your apartment, no, don't worry about it. I got cameras everywhere. I got cameras. That's not the point, Jerry. That's not the point. Warrant. I said, this might be different. It's a public street. I could support that. But within the confines of this private residence, if they're turning video over this easy to the cops, you know where that's going. Well, lo and behold, Jerry is now looking for a new residence. I don't know what happened, but something happened. We haven't had a chance to fully discuss what that is yet. And so, at any rate, so he goes back in. He's in there for a couple minutes. He comes back out. He's like, "Oh yeah, you're at fault. You're getting a ticket for unsafe backing." I was like, "Holy shit, things are going really good." And he tells me that I can leave. He knows I've got to be to court. He was probably super excited. I thought maybe he was just super excited for the team because Regan's going to go to jail today. We want to make sure she's going to get there on time. Everybody knew I was going to jail before I even went to jail. So, at any rate, my whole point in all of that is I ended up having to follow up with him about the report he generated because now we're back to this whole trying to obtain records through DPD. That's another problem I'm running into. All of a sudden, weird shit, right? Yeah, I was going to have to pay $20 again. Like, what Lone Tree did to me? Which, by the way, we're not done with Lone Tree either. And I wasn't going to pay for it. I'm like, no, I'm not doing it. It's not my fault. State Farm was fucking me over again. This is not my fault. I'm not doing it. But I had to call Officer Valverde and ask him if she, in fact, was cited and this case report still exists. And he called me back right away. And he filled me in on everything. And lo and behold, her insurance company now is going to assume responsibility for the Innovage, and all thanks to his good reporting and his good, up to par standard of what policing should be. like it's a miracle. And isn't that terrible that we're celebrating that? But anyway, I wrote him a thank you. And I sent it to his command staff and the DPD command staff. And I told him why I was thankful. And the reasons I was thankful was because he was everything the majority of cops I deal with. He was not everything the majority of cops I deal with. He was not arrogant. He was not retaliatory. He was not a liar. He was not, and I listed out all these things. And I encouraged him to continue to work towards honest intent of honoring his oath because we desperately need what you did that day. And it's your job. So thank you for doing your job. And then I threw some snarky shit in there about some other stuff and, whatnot. But it was very genuine and from the heart. Wanda Mize, how you doing? Bell is a jerkwad scumbag, only in his official capacity. You can only speak about Commander Bell in his official capacity as the toppest cop ever, and his boss, Sergeant Brian O'Neill. Good, Wanda. That's great. Jennifer, thanks for being in here. Chris, were you just watching the meeting? You just catching up on the meeting there? Any word on the appeal progress? No. What is going to happen with that appeal? We won't know anything for, I'm guessing, a year. So, what is of concern to me mostly at the moment is what they are going to do to revoke that super high appeal bond. I guarantee you that Fuckwad O'Neill here at District 3 is working on how to hem me up with his subordinate, Brian O'Neill. Yeah, this aggressive driving right here in front of the pop shop. I mean, these people are doing like 50 miles an hour down here, down this street. I mean, this is how people die. And they got all the little kids. They were having sports down there at the park earlier. You should have seen how many children and families, because it's all about the children, right? You got one appeal ongoing, one appeal denied, getting ready to do post-conviction relief, and another appeal on my 2 cases I pled guilty on. Oh boy. Yeah, you got a lot going on there. Dan, what? Are you talking to me? There's a federal case about that same charge that was dismissed, but the Court of Appeals ruled on it. And it's back in district court, so your appeal may be moot. Fingers crossed they rule it unconstitutional. Wait, really? Okay, there is a federal case about the guy from El Paso County with that charge. Not the charge. They actually never charged him. They took his license that the Department of Regulatory Agencies oversees to be a, I guess, private investigator, some kind of process server combination. Is that the case you're talking about? Yes, it is to address that law. Yeah. Okay. That case. Yeah. Maybe. I'm not counting on it. It's been sitting there for quite a while. So, yeah. Um, hold on. My phone's about to die. We're going to go do some chalking here in just a second. I just wanted to make sure of a couple things. And now I'm sure. Uh-oh. Row. Okay, I think we're okay now. Yeah, maybe. But I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to process what that would look like. Wouldn't we have to? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not this is the first appeal I've ever been through. I've never had the honor to be able to move through the process. I certainly wouldn't be doing it by myself. I will never represent myself. So if that gets ruled unconstitutional, will the entire statute get ruled unconstitutional? Because it just got amended. Polis just signed it into law. Yeah, I guess time will tell, right? Yeah, fuck the attorney general. Here, yeah, we don't, this guy, yeah, no. Yeah, no, Wanda, I don't, it doesn't work like that here. They're notified, the attorney general's notified, yes. But even one of the county court judges wrote him and asked him to rule on whether or not this law was unconstitutional. Because we filed a motion. We went through all the motions. And of course, we got stuck with sham job. And then we were screwed. Scott versus Allen was the amended statute before or after your charge. Which one were you charged under? I was charged under the before it was amended. Oh, okay, Wanda, I gotcha. Yeah, look, I don't know. I'm not counting on anything. I'm just counting on doing the 60 days and calling it good. Yes. Our system, I mean, we this stifling of speech, it's not changing. It's getting worse. So I think we're done. And the stupid thing in all of this, yeah, maybe I'll be the saving grace in getting it ruled unconstitutional, but all they're going to do is turn around and make another law. That's where we're at. And will I have accomplished something short term? Sure, I will. But the system is stacked against us. So I don't expect a ruling in my favor, in the people's favor. The truth is, even the statute that they're using, it didn't even apply to the case at all because there was no imminent threat. That's what's so wildly stupid about every part of this. And that's what I was talking about earlier when Judge Comboy was using all of the same evidence in Brian O'Neill's attempt to get a permanent protection order against me for an imminent threat. Granted, he was full of lies, but even Judge Comboy, with giving him credit, even saying if he was honest, told him there's no imminent threat here. She's posed no imminent threat to you, your family, your kids, all this. There's all these fucking lies. How does a person get up on a stand and lie like that? I don't know. I don't get it. Let's take some egg chalk. We got to do the eggs tonight. My hands have been hurting. That's another uh that's another issue I've had. As some of you know, I had to have surgery on both of my arms in the wrist to do some nerve release that they thought was part of a neck issue from my previous surgery, more commonly known as a carpal tunnel release of nerves. Uh, I don't have the music down. You guys are going to have to sing for each other. It's so boring. Hopefully, they're going to call the fire department like they did last time to come clean it up. I hope somebody takes pictures for me. What we're doing right now is an official protest and redress. This is not any call for violence. That's a full disclaimer. What should I draw, you guys? Excellent protest tools. Yeah, because they're wide. They're big. I like big things. I like big balls, and I cannot lie. These brothers totally deny because they don't know what it feels like to have big balls, and I cannot lie. Draw a Picasso. Oh dear, here we go. I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble already. Let's draw little penises like we did last time. Having big balls is from being a mechanic? I believe that. So far we've got welcome to the tiny pig penis. I don't know. Do we call it a farm? What do we call it? A factory? A compound? This is not my fine chalk. I can't draw a lot of tiny penises with this. I can only draw big ones. Hideaway. The tiny pig penis hideaway. I like that. I like that a lot, Erin. Thank you so much. This is the bad. Not safe. Surface is everything. It's in a tiny piece, hide away.
Oh, no. Wait, okay.
Be careful in there.
I'm returning a phone.
I turned up that phone today, right there. So they can come out. That phone,
Oh, the telephone?
yeah, because they answered in there. Come on. Yeah, I think it's close to 9, but it's right at 9. So there it is. That's nice of you. That's very civic duty like of you.
I try.
Try to be a good honest person.
So what's the message behind the?
Well, the message is, if you're a good honest person, don't trust these fuckers all the time. But you are doing the right things. We're supposed to be able to rely on them.
Do you have to,
Do anything.
no, just kind of.
Yeah, this is their last time I had this with guys for 19 minutes.
I called me earlier.
It's doing its standard message. Okay, so we'll just see it just wait this week. But they're close. It's close. Nothing to get it fully to the sergeant's ear. You can put them up tall to have them big the font. Sure, I understand it. Yeah, if you could put up tall. Would be great. Yep, we're using his phone, but this little red box now. That's financials. Do you want to give them your number? Sorry, 224 456 1172. So we could help us. Help us stand by the gate. I'm just out doing civil protest. Well, my needles are reaching. Well, that's Friday. No. It's number 224 456 1172. Good spot. Excellent. I know. That'd be nice, right? But I'm pretty sure that we're all- you could tell them just to walk to the door. It's nice. It's good side. Okay. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Thanks for hanging. That's ridiculous. But they did. They love it. But
Do you chalk off?
yeah,
Like just down here?
that's something different. Something the same. They get and is performing truly. Yeah. Prosecute me for lie about things that go on. I mean, they got time to press all the points of feel good on violent things, but it's got tons of violent things happening, right? And so that's why it's frustrating. Because that's here today. I don't know if we live here, but we live in this area. Or whatever description. Yeah, so there's substation. Oh, so stuff like that. But yeah, so I just engaged. Fashion things. It's me. Well,
I appreciate it. So are they gonna come out to the door or they?
yeah, I mean, if they don't come,
I could flag an officer down that's driving.
they go in and out of the gate down there.
Yeah,
That's where that cop car was going.
okay.
Um,
Yeah, I saw two more.
yeah.
Maybe. Well,
But if they come out here, I'll tell them
okay.
where you're at. I'll be here for a few more minutes.
There you go. Have a good night.
Yeah, you too. So remember how I was the official, what I call myself at the Capitol? I was the official door greeter, or what was I, for the state of Colorado, for the people of Colorado? Welcome to Denver, or welcome to Colorado, where what did I say? to all those foreigners that were walking in the door, the whole group of Asians. What did I tell them? Keep your head on a swivel. We have a serious police problem in the United States. What was I saying? Well, at any rate, my point is now I am the official door greeter for when a cop is never where you need them to be. Because you got this nice young man doing a nice deed and bringing a very expensive cell phone that he found, just turning it in. He called and they said, "Oh, yeah, come over." Well, he walked up to the door right at about 9. And they close at 9. So we use that phone over there. We finally got to use the red phone. Well, if you're dying, that red phone, it's going to be a while. Just saying. So this nice dispatcher with Denver's non-emergency line said that he put the call up for them to come out. Like, they're all in here. See, they're all there. There's somebody here. There's a whole bunch of people here. Shouldn't a cop shop be open 24/7? Because they claim, they work all night and shit. So this dispatcher said that they were telling him, the dispatcher, to tell us to go inside. So somebody from District 3 is telling a dispatcher clear in downtown Denver somewhere to tell us to go in there instead of them coming to the door. This is why they can't get shit done. Anyway, so Hideaway it is. Welcome to the tiny pig penis hideaway. They probably left in a hurry, so they weren't going to get stuck having to wash the chalk off. It's a lot of work again. It's the Tiny Pig Penis Hideaway with Commander O'Neill at your service. Am I spelling O'Neill right? I don't know. I can't remember. Who fucking cares? He's not even worth. You're not even worth it. The Dirty Pig Factory. Let's see. I got some pointy chalk going on. Maybe I can get some penises drawn in there. Hey, Luis, how are you? Are you watching? I was talking about you earlier. When are you going to give people an update? People want to see you. They want to know that you're actually alive and that I'm not just saying you are. We got another customer. Hopefully, it's not somebody that wants to kill me. Because I mean, you can technically get away with murder right here at the front door of the cop shop. Because if they can murder you, anybody can. If they can get away with murder, so can anybody else. Wait, did I have that right? Looks like a group of drunk girls are going to try to run across University right about now. With, you know, I mean, what could go wrong? Not a lot. Not a lot, as that one is pulling her friend out. Yeah, it's going good. It's going good. Where's a cop for everyone's safety when you need one? Just one at a time. Just one at a time. They're trying to get run over. Cause some accidents. That's good. Things are going good here on our roads. That's why we pay out the ass for insurance. Mostly because of the design of the roads and the condition of the roads. They're not designed to be driven like 110 miles an hour on when they're loaded with potholes and pedestrians, and most of the roadway is a bike lane. Yeah, shit's gonna go wrong. I mean, things are gonna happen. And then, you add some street racing and some hordes of motorcyclists on dirt bikes doing wheelies and pulling guns on people, and then you throw in some drunk girls on a Wednesday night trying to dash across University. And there's not a cop anywhere to be found at the cop shop. And especially for the guy that's, trying to turn in a very expensive cell phone that he found. Oh, she's just going to take a nice little stroll. And, well, I guess that's good. We didn't catch a splattering of drunk girls on University in front of the cop shop. I don't know what this person is doing in that car with their headphones on, but I sure hope the cops are paying attention and keeping me safe. Because I would really hate to die right here on the sidewalk of the cop shop. I mean, I know they wouldn't. mind it. They just call the fire department, hose the shit down. They'd probably take some pictures first, maybe. I don't know. I would need to rely on you guys to come take some pictures if I want them to be honest pictures. Make sure you get all the bullet entry ones. These pigs have watched too many Crime Stopper programs. They are Crime Stoppers, Chris. What are you talking about? Give them a break already. Nobody's still in chat. It's just the government watching me. Knowing government, they have 19 people and 6 submarines to just trim the bushes behind you. Yeah, I think you're probably right. Okay, well, I feel a sudden feeling of it's time for me to go. I feel like death is in the air. You know, the smell of death. So I think the kid was driving down over there, but I don't think he was going to stick around very long. I was going to draw some little penises, but I'm not going to do that. The dispatcher wants to know my name, but not the guy's name that's dropping off the phone. That's funny. They wanted to know his phone number. He gave his phone number. And then they want to know my name. I said, well, my name is Regan. Okay, what's your last name? I said, I'm not going to give you that. That's private information. Oh, okay. It's on the caller ID, dipshit. Hmm. Well, at any rate, that's what we did. Oh, shit. You know what, though? I didn't take a picture. I got to take a picture because they'll try to say that it's something it wasn't. So we got to go back. We're just hanging out at the cop shop in the dark. We're roaming with the pigs. Me. Yeah, see, they're sitting up there. Welcome to the pig penis. Welcome to the tiny pig penis hideaway. We should have made some reference to like roll and tuck. It's Pride Month. We're doing a roll and tuck. I mean, seriously. It's what the majority of them are doing anyway. Hmm. Nobody could come get that phone from him, huh? See what I'm talking about? Now that I'm all staffed up, yeah, so it turns out that Commander Brian O'Neill was on the prowl today and targeting another homeless woman again. Stephanie, again. I mean, what's new? He does it for fun. Oops. Any parting thoughts? Thanks for hanging with me, all my government stalkers. Did you get any good material so you can try to revoke my bond? Throw me in jail? I mean, whatever. I guess whatever they're gonna do, they're gonna do. My last jail stay, you guys, on May 8th, I want to tell you this quick story, resulted in, I always make friends in there. And this one particular woman, I don't know why she was so drawn to me, but she was. I don't know. I think it's just kind of the trust factor thing. In how you establish trust. Like, there's all these cops going in and out. Nobody can get this phone. I don't know. I think the guy left. Coming out with no lights on. Fucking losers. But she was really getting screwed over. Pretty bad. And part of the issue was a lack of sobriety in her life with a child. And I certainly am of a zero tolerance policy for children having to go through things that they shouldn't, and they have no choice in the matter. And exposing children to harmful situations and harmful substances. I'm a zero tolerance policy of children living out on the streets. And that's where I got most of my great support from, knowing that if we had that issue out here on the streets, that it would get addressed. Not anymore. Or the elderly, like 79-year-old Brenda, who's back out here. Mm, I mean, who cares, right? But this woman, she got her life squared away. And she was sober. And I've talked to enough people about their addiction issues to understand at least whether or not they are serious about being sober and wanting to stay sober, to be able to gauge that. There go all the cops, more pulling out because they think I left. Um, and she's serious. This woman is serious. She's almost 50 and she's got a daughter and she wants to be a mother, and she committed to sober living. And she has a CPS worker who is not a fan of reunification, clearly, as she has ensured that I don't know, maybe they came out to get the phone, but he's gone. Who are all these people all of a sudden? I just think everybody's trying to kill me. Sorry. Yeah, because things have happened. So we talked a lot before I left that jail stay, and she confided a lot in me, and I told her that I was going to help her stay committed to her sobriety, because that is the best way I can help someone who's in a situation like that, who is asking for some kind of support. And if you're going to empower someone to take ownership and control back in their life, you're going to commit to help them stay sober when they talk to you about why sobriety is important to them. So I told her that I was committed to that. And she confided in me that this series of social workers that have decided whether or not she should have supervised visits with her child have done some things to attempt to stop that, such as activate a 3-year-old accusation in the state of Nebraska while she's here in Denver, because she was living in Nebraska for about a 6-month period with a guy. And this series of events that happen, long story short, they opened up a new case on her that's 3 years old for child neglect. And that's the only charge they could come up with, because 3 years ago she was using drugs. And so this ex, for whatever reason, decided to, who is not even the child's father, decided to help orchestrate these accusations. And so while she's been on probation in Denver and sober and compliant and doing everything she's supposed to do for many, many months now. I think, if I recall correctly, it was almost more than a year. She showed up to probation, and her probation officer said, "You're under arrest, and you're going to go to the Denver jail, and you're going to be held there until Nebraska decides they want to come get you. They have 30 days to come get you." Yeah, there's a lot of things wrong with what has gone on with this woman. And she was honest with me about what her barriers were going to be if she walked out of that jail and Nebraska didn't come get her. I said, "I'm going to be here. I will be here. You call me the second you know you're being released, and I'll be here in a very short amount of time. And you will get in my car, and I will take you back to sober living." And she thanked me and thanked me. And she said, "But I don't know what they're going to do with this Nebraska thing." And I knew where it was in Nebraska. I actually lived in this county, believe it or not, in high school for a short time. That's where I met my high school sweetheart, was in this county, but different city, different town. And that's actually where I married my high school sweetheart. See, now there's more people up there. Unreal. Look, we don't have to do anything for you. We're not a 24/7 operation. We're not paid with forced taxation. If you need something, we're not here. You can just go away. How ridiculous. Oh, that's your leadership. And the Denver Police Department. And so I said, if Nebraska comes and gets you, and whatever happens there, they release you in the middle of the night, you call me. I'll be there. It's going to take me 4 hours, but I'll be there. And that's when she really broke down and said, "I can't thank you enough. And I got to keep my life going the way it's been going. And I pray a lot, and the right things are happening for me. I just got to keep my head up." And I got out the next morning, and I told her, I said, "Tanya, I mean what I say." And she thanked me, and I left her with all my information and got out, put some money on her books. And she called me and thanked me for the money. And I said, "Look, I don't want you to waste the money on calling me, but just update me, from time to time on what's going to go on." It was going to be within 2 weeks, and Nebraska has to come get her. Yeah, the whole jurisdiction thing. Yeah, Denver was gonna charge her, and then they didn't. Yeah. So I didn't hear from her. And then all of a sudden, I started getting calls from another jail phone system. And so I knew that Nebraska had come and got her. And then it was a holy living shit fit to get money on those books to even talk to her. I finally talked to her. And she was in just a fit of tears. She couldn't even talk. And I got her calmed down, and I told her, I said, "Look, I'm not an attorney, but here are some things to consider about process." Okay, okay, okay. And we had those same conversations when she was in Denver. and she was supposed to have already had a tablet because she's indigent. She has no family. She has nobody to put money on books, nothing. And the Denver Sheriff's Department continuously touts and lies about how they're treating indigent inmates. And while I was in there, I accomplished a lot in a short amount of time. And by the time she called me, she told me that she'd been given a tablet, like 3 weeks too late. And so we had these same conversations when she called me upset about Nebraska. And she hadn't had any medical intake. Nebraska came and picked her up from Denver, took her to Weld County, made her spend the night in a holding cell in Weld County, took her to Cheyenne the next day, or 18 hours later, something like that, and made her spend a half a day in Cheyenne, and then took her to Nebraska, into Gering, Scottsbluff County. And she called me again after her second court appearance in Nebraska and said that the public defender told her that they need to meet, as I had informed her about process, that they need to meet because the public defenders don't understand where these charges are coming from. Yeah. So she was happy in that she was supposed to be getting a meeting with a public defender. Man, there are cops galore in and out of here like nobody's business, as all those people are up there standing at the door. Huh. Oh well. They're probably doing a protest and redress up there, huh? They're having an exchange of Facebook Marketplace sales at the front door. So I feel really bad for Tanya, and she has another hearing a week from Friday, and apparently the public defenders are going to be asking for her release. I don't know. And I have since been able to talk to her peer coach. We had a long conversation, and she said she absolutely has a place still here. And thank you very much for helping her. I said, of course. Glad to do it, because it takes kind of a team of people to be the wraparound of people that provide a support system for people that want sobriety. So anybody can do it. You can do it. And I'm super hopeful that these plans to expand the nonprofit work into Texas and California, I really hope this is going to come to fruition, because I think there's some really super duper good opportunities. And so we'll be looking for some financial support on that very soon. And because my work is mostly done here, since I can't be out on the streets here, I don't have the help, the right help that I need. And I need to be able to pay that help. And I just don't think that the investment into that in Denver is worth it. I think other areas are in far more need. look at this. I mean, look at this disaster. This court system, the Colorado is a holy living fucking dumpster fire. And the economy, yes, the economy is bad all over the nation, but it's exceptionally bad here. We have bad government here. We are what California is, and this overtaxation and overregulation and this destruction of Tabor in this state is lending to more homelessness. So there's no end in sight. And not that there's end in sight for homelessness where it's already saturated, like California. But the truth of the matter is, there's not enough privately funded nonprofits operating. That's fact. We know the church has stepped out of the business mostly because government won't let them do it. And they don't want to fight. Churches don't want the fight. They can't afford it. The ones that can are already preaching statism on Sundays, are already lending this ultimate authority on earth to government while preaching that Jesus would do the same, I suppose. You must have a master. So we know where the churches are. Not all of them, but the very vast majority of them, including the Catholic Church. And the ones that are operating kind of by the seat of their pants with tight budgets, they can't afford the legal fight that it takes to take on government. And we continue to beg government for more intervention, for more money. You need to hand out more money. You need to do this. And so homelessness keeps increasing. So I'm just super hopeful that we can just expand some of the good work into these other areas and support the people that want to do it. So anyway, I am just rambling on and on and on. Yeah, Wanda, so right, statute of limitations. Yes. So I don't know what they are in Nebraska. But yes, there's a series of problems with her. And I just want to help her. Thanks, Erin. Thanks for listening to my rambling. Much appreciated. Oh, here's a cop showing up at the parking lot to serve the people, I guess, maybe that have been waiting forever. There's a whole bunch of people. I don't know. There's a party in the parking lot. Yeah, they're just super busy with calls. They're out there, stopping the street racers and whatnot. So, all right. Well, thanks, guys. That was fun.